We will begin the Bahamas Business and Investment Forum 2025 momentarily. And so I ask that all persons, please, if you can kindly take your seats, we will begin momentarily. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you kindly take your seats at your assigned seating locations, we will begin momentarily as we await the arrival of the Prime Minister. All protocol officers, Foreign Service officers, we ask for your assistance at this time with ensuring that all registrants and participants are seated at this time. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, your attention is requested at this time as we prepare ourselves to begin the Bahamas Business and Investment Forum. Kindly take your seats as we are ready to begin this morning's proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the entrance of the Honorable Philip Davis, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Please remain standing for the national anthem of the United States of America, followed by that of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Please be seated. The Honorable Philip Davis, KC, MP, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The Honorable Frederick Mitchell, Minister of Foreign Affairs. The Honorable Michael Halkitis, Minister of Economic Affairs. The Honorable Mario Boleg, Minister of Youth, Sports, and Culture. the Honorable Pia Glover Roll, Minister of Labor and the Public Service, the Honorable John Pinder, Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, Investments and Aviation, His Excellency Wendell Jones, Ambassador of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas to the United States of America, His Excellency Chet Nemore, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Bahamas to the Organization of American States, His Excellency Sebastian Bastian, Ambassador of the Bahamas to Central America, His Excellency Taran Maki, Ambassador of the Bahamas to Kuwait and Bahrain, His Excellency Jamal Roll, Ambassador of the Bahamas to UNESCO, other distinguished ambassadors, Mr. Jerome Fitzgerald, Senior Policy Advisor in the Office of the Prime Minister and former parliamentarian and cabinet minister, Mr. Kevin Simmons, Senior Advisor in the Office of the Prime Minister, Mr. Orville Tommy Turnquest, Executive Deputy Chairman and CEO of the Jacks Bay Resort Development and former parliamentarian and cabinet minister, Consuls General Leroy Major and Joy Newbold, Mrs. Latia Duncombe, Director General in the Ministry of Tourism, Investments and Aviation, Mrs. Felicia Woods Hanna, Director of the Bahamas Investment Authority, Honorary Consul Lyndon Rose, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, representatives of the United States government, Mr. Picewell Forbes, Executive Chairman of the Bahamas Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas, that is, and former parliamentarian and High Commissioner of CARICOM, and members of the ZNS team here present. Mr. Peter Galandris, Deputy Chairman of the Bahamas Maritime Authority here in New York City, Ms. Yolanda Cash Jackson, shareholder of Becker and Polyakov, Ms. Christina Roll, Executive Director of the Securities Commission of the Bahamas, Mr. Giovanni Moss, Director of ICF International, and Mr. Remy Martin, esteemed moderators and panelists, special invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to each and every one of you. It is indeed an honor for me to serve as the moderator for this two-day Business and Investment Forum. My name is Chrissy Hanna, and I am the Deputy Chief of Mission of the Embassy of the Bahamas in Washington, D.C. This year's forum is proudly hosted by the Embassy of the Bahamas in collaboration with the Bahamas Consulate General here in New York City and our partners in the Ministry of Tourism, Investments, and Aviation. Last year, the Bahamas, in partnership with the Ministry of Tourism, Investments and Aviation, held the inaugural Bahamas Business and Investment Forum in Washington, D.C. This year, we have decided to grace the stage of the Big Apple, where we will continue to promote, to pursue, and to advance the many business and investment opportunities that exist throughout the length and breadth of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Under the theme, Embracing Opportunities in Paradise, this year we'll convene 5 dynamic panel discussions, each of them aimed to facilitate meaningful dialogue and collaboration on areas of priority focus for the Bahamas government, including the financial services sector, the real estate industry, the Bahamas' ocean ecosystems, and the Bahamian cultural economy. We have several Bahamian industry experts and professionals in the room, and they will delve into the various thematic areas throughout the course of this year's two-day forum. We look forward to their meaningful, insightful, and invaluable contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a full and a substantive agenda. And so with these introductory remarks, I extend to each and every one of you a productive, a successful, and a most memorable Bahamas Business and Investment Forum 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, it is my pleasure to invite to the podium His Excellency Wendell Jones, Ambassador of the Bahamas to the United States of America, who will come now to bring the opening remarks and introduce the Honorable Prime Minister. Ambassador Jones.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hannah. Honorable Prime Minister, Cabinet Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, Senators, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the Bahamas Business and Investment Forum here in New York City. Many decades ago, long before Miami and Fort Lauderdale were developed and became attractive, Bahamian men and women traveled to New York in search of a higher earning power, and in later years, some settled here after the contract days. In doing so, they contributed to the culture and diversity of this great metropolis. Today, we've come to the Big Apple, the financial capital of the world, for a different reason: to tell the story of what the Bahamas has become as an international financial center and one of the best little countries for tourism in the world. Over the last several years, under the careful stewardship of Prime Minister Philip Davis, the Bahamas has undertaken a comprehensive modernization of its legal framework and financial services legislation. We have restored and even surpassed the reputation enjoyed in the 1970s and 1980s as the Switzerland of the Caribbean. This renaissance is built on three pillars: transparent governance, regulatory excellence, and an unwavering commitment to environmental protection, because true prosperity requires a healthy, sustainable environment. Today's numbers speak for themselves. For the first time in nearly 20 years, our sovereign credit rating carries a positive outlook, reflecting growing international confidence in our fiscal management and economic direction. The Bahamas National Statistical Institute recently reported that economic growth in 2024 exceeded expectations, driven by record levels of foreign direct investments in our financial services sector and in the exclusive real estate enclaves that dot our archipelago. From New Providence to Exuma and beyond, discerning investors have found not only the beauty of our islands, but also that stability of our institutions and the promise of exceptional returns. Prime Minister Davis, a leader who is fastidious in his attention to fiscal matters, has positioned our nation for sustained growth by maintaining strict financial discipline, reinforcing our banking laws, and championing innovative public-private partnerships. The positive indices highlighted by the rating agencies and the enthusiasm of global fund managers all point to one clear message. The Bahamas is good for business, and the opportunities abound for those who seek progress and wholesome investments. Our commitment to environmental protection and sustainability further enhances our investment climate. We understand that true prosperity requires a healthy ecosystem. And that is why we have implemented forward-thinking policies on coastal resilience, renewable energy, and maritime conservation. These steps create the right climate for both nature and for investment. The Embassy of the Bahamas in Washington, D.C. initiated these fora last year and is happy to collaborate with our consulate here in New York and with the Ministry of Tourism officials for this two-day forum. We recognize that economic and financial affairs are not just pillars of growth, but pillars of our democracy and foreign policy. Commercial intercourse with businesses abroad brings progress to our people. So friends, neighbors, and investors here in New York, we have a compelling story of resilience, renewal, and opportunity. From 1492 to now, the Bahamas has been the gateway to the Americas, a stable common law jurisdiction, and a nation in progress where innovation meets paradise. And we invite you in this forum to be a part of it. It is now, ladies and gentlemen, my great pleasure to introduce the architect of this Renaissance, whose vision and dedication have not only propelled our nation toward sustainable prosperity, but his leadership has positively impacted statecraft and public policy in the region, specifically CARICOM countries. Our keynote speaker is one of the most successful lawyers in the Bahamas, with local and international acclaim. He is an internationally recognized champion and advocate for climate justice awareness of the threat of climate change. He has been a member of Parliament for some 28 years and is the main driver of positive change in the Bahamas. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to ask Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the Honorable Philip Davis, to address us.
Good morning. Please be seated. I want to thank Ms. Hannah for establishing the protocol, and I adopt the same. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a pleasure to join you this morning to discuss the various opportunities, challenges, and the way forward, and to demonstrate to you that the Bahamas is the place for you to be. You know, in a period of global uncertainty, when markets are volatile, geopolitical tensions run high, and the rules of engagement seem to shift day by day, I come to you with a simple but confident message. The Bahamas offers certainty. Certainty in our governance, certainty in our legal framework, certainty in our business environment, and certainty in our direction as a nation committed to stability, integrity, and sustainable growth. Investors around the world are rethinking their strategies. The search is on for jurisdictions that are safe, transparent, predictable, and welcoming. Places where capital is protected, where the rule of law is not an aspiration, but a guarantee, where leaders are accessible, and the path from proposal to progress is not mired in red tape. The Bahamas meets that moment. We are a stable democracy, the oldest in our region, with a legal system rooted in English common law, and our final court of appeal still remains in England, the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. We boast a robust financial services sector, a business-friendly tax environment, and one of the most dynamic tourism economies in this hemisphere. But beyond the facts and figures, what we offer investors is something increasingly rare in today's world: clarity. We know who we are, we know what we offer, and we know where we are going. Our government is focused on providing smart, targeted reforms to enhance the ease of doing business. We are modernizing infrastructure, digitizing services, upgrading energy systems, and removing outdated bureaucratic hurdles, all to ensure that our investments in the Bahamas are not only secure, but positioned to grow. For generations, Bahamians have cultivated deep expertise in international financial services, creating a highly skilled talent pool. As a result, the Bahamas offers investors access to a robust base of experienced professionals ready to support and facilitate global business operations. So, as the world searches for safe ground, I invite you to take a serious look at the Bahamas, not just as a destination, but as a dependable partner. We live in a time when once reliable markets are being tested by conflict, supply chain disruptions, rising interest rates, and policy unpredictability. In many countries, investors are facing reversals in regulation, abrupt currency shifts, and political systems too fractured to provide a clear roadmap forward. The result is a climate of hesitation, where capital is sitting on the sidelines, not because of a lack of opportunity, but because of a lack of confidence in the terrain. That's where the Bahamas stands apart. We understand that for the investment to thrive, stability must be more than a talking point. It must be delivered in practice. That's why we have worked diligently to maintain political continuity and stability, policy coherence, and economic prudence. We have avoided the wild swings in direction that investors fear. Our monetary policy is steady. Our fiscal consolidation is delivering results. Our debt is declining, and our credit rating outlook was recently upgraded by Moody's, a signal of growing international confidence in our economic stewardship. We don't take that lightly. We know that every investor who chooses the Bahamas is making a decision based on trust. And we are committed to earning that trust every day through sound governance, transparency, and responsiveness. We have also committed to clarity in law. Investment policies are published and enforced. Contracts are respected, and our judiciary remains independent and internationally respected, a foundation of our common law heritage. As mentioned before, our final adjudication body is still resident in England. This kind of certainty doesn't happen by accident. Certainty attracts capital, but long-term success, the kind investors are really looking for, comes from more than stability. It comes from growth, from partnership, from confidence that you are not just entering a market, you are becoming a part of its future. That's the real story of the Bahamas. We don't ask investors to come in, write a check, and figure it out on their own. That's not our model. Our approach is to work with you through every phase of the investment journey, from inquiry to implementation, from licensing to operations to expansion. This administration is available, responsive, and focused on results. Our investment promotion and facilitation unit at the Office of the Prime Minister is designed to be your single point of contact, cutting through bureaucracy, coordinating across agencies, and ensuring that your project isn't delayed by red tape or unnecessary silos. Because we understand, in a global market, investors have choices, and we want you to choose the Bahamas because we are not just open, we are organized, engaged, and ready to support whatever your vision may be. Whether it's infrastructure, hospitality, logistics, energy, or financial services, our job is to help you unlock the potential of your investment and align it with national development priorities. And we are evolving fast. Our traditional strengths, tourism, financial services, and logistics continue to grow. But we are also creating the policy and regulatory framework to support investment in renewable energy, digital assets, blue economy ventures, technology parks, and climate adaptation infrastructure. We are opening up new sectors where investor creativity can match up with national needs. We are modernizing our energy registry and land systems to ensure clarity of ownership. We're introducing digitized platforms to improve government's responses. And we are streamlining approvals across major ministries to reduce wait times and improve accountability. This means that an investor in the Bahamas isn't just contributing to the bottom line, you are helping shape the kind of economy we are building. We want this to be a place where you can pilot new models, scale successful ventures, and establish regional headquarters that connect you to the wider Caribbean and the Americas. It's also a place where people want to live, and that matters. Executives want to bring their families. Teams want to be based in places where they feel safe, welcomed, and inspired. In the Bahamas, we offer world-class education, reliable medical care, an English-speaking workforce, and a lifestyle that supports well-being and productivity. So while many countries are competing on cost, we are competing on value, on the quality of our governance, the responsiveness of our systems, the strength of our institutions, and the opportunities we offer to build something meaningful and enduring. We're not pitching a product. We're offering a relationship built on mutual respect, aligned interests, and a shared commitment to success. If your goal is to invest in a place where ideas are taken seriously, where government is a partner, where opportunity is matched by reliability, then I invite you to look seriously at the Bahamas. This is a nation ready to grow with you and because of you. In today's environment, where innovation is moving faster than regulation, investors are right to ask hard questions, not just about incentives, but about safeguards. about what happens when something goes wrong, about whether the rule of law holds up when pressure is applied. In the Bahamas, we have answers. One of the clearest examples of this is our approach to digital assets. In 2020, we became the first country in the world to pass a comprehensive regulatory framework for digital assets and exchanges. The Digital Assets and Registered Exchange Act, or as they call it, the acronym DARE. We didn't wait for the world to tell us what to do. We anticipated where the industry was going, and we acted. DARE is not just a statement of ambition, it's a serious, enforceable legal framework that protects investors, strengthens compliance, and holds institutions to account. And when that framework was tested in full view of the world, we did not flinch. When FTX collapsed, the Bahamas was at the center of a global firestorm. But in the aftermath, something important happened. Our institutions held. Our regulators acted swiftly. Our courts operated with transparency. And while some jurisdictions scrambled for answers, we were already implementing them. That moment became a global proof point, not of failure, but of resilience. It showed that even in the face of unprecedented volatility, the Bahamas remained committed to the rule of law, to investor protection, and to the highest standards of regulatory integrity. And we have since updated and strengthened the DARE Act to ensure our jurisdiction remains best in class in the emerging sector. I understand the United States is trying to catch up. I don't know whether did they pass that bill yet on crypto. This is how we approach every challenge, with clear-eyed honesty and a commitment to governance that stands up under scrutiny. Because in the end, trust isn't earned when things are easy. It's earned when they are hard. Our ability to attract serious capital will always depend on our seriousness about regulation, transparency, and fairness. That's why we continue to invest in our regulatory institutions, strengthen our oversight capabilities, and refine our framework with international best practice in mind. So when we say the Bahamas offers certainty, we mean it in the most rigorous sense. Legal certainty, regulatory maturity and certainty, political stability, and a commitment to evolving in step with the demands of the global marketplace. You've heard the story of a country, small in size, yes, but clear in purpose. A country that knows the value of stability in a time of global uncertainty. A country that has faced its share of challenges, but has never stopped moving forward. A country that has taken bold steps to modernize, regulate, and reform, not because it was easy, but because it was necessary. I've shared with you our vision, our actions, and our proof points. But if there's one thing I want to leave with you, just one, if just one, let it be this: the Bahamas is open for business. Friends, the great thinkers of our time remind us that progress is never accidental. It is built by those who dare to push boundaries, who see opportunities where others see obstacles, and who believe that ambition is not limited by size but by vision. That is the story of the Bahamas. We are a small country, but we have never allowed that to define our potential. We have proven that with the right partnerships, bold ideas, and a commitment to innovation, we can lead in areas that matter, not just for ourselves, but lead for the world. But the real question is, what role will you play in this journey? What industries will we build together? What investments will define our next decade? How can we turn today's opportunities into lasting value for future generations? because our goal is not just to succeed, it is to be the model of success, a model that proves that what is possible when a small country leads with ambition, breaks barriers, and redefines what the future can be. I invite you to lean with us, to be part of this next chapter, to push the boundaries of what we can achieve and what we can achieve together. I want to thank you, and please do enjoy the rest of the exercise put on by our ambassador, which I wish to thank for putting this together. Thank you very much.
Indeed, the Bahamas is open for business. Thank you very much, Prime Minister Davis, for those remarks. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the opening ceremony for the Bahamas Business and Investment Forum 2025. We will now take a coffee break, during which time we will have the official photograph taken, and we will resume the first panel discussion in 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. To begin panel discussion 1. Kindly take your seats as we are ready to begin the first panel for today's Bahamas Business and Investment Forum. Protocol officers, Foreign Service officers, your assistance is requested in ensuring that all persons take this opportunity to be seated in the meeting space.
I think in the order of things, it's Christina and you.
Right.
I'm going to sit in the middle.
You're going to sit in the middle? Okay, why don't I sit on the end where I can sit back?
We invite our panelists to please come forward now to the stage setting. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we are about to begin our first panel discussion. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again to the Bahamas Business and Investment Forum. We ask you to come in quietly, please, as we begin.
Doesn't seem to.
We begin our first panel for the Bahamas Business and Investment Forum, which is entitled Building Wealth in the Bahamas. Financial services for today and beyond. At this time, it is my pleasure to invite to the podium our moderator for the first panel discussion, His Excellency Chet Nemore, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Bahamas to the the Organization of American States. Let us welcome him as he comes and introduce the distinguished panelists.
Good morning, Madam Moderator, and good morning all. As a follow-up on the previous investment event that was hosted in Washington, D.C. last year, it is my distinct honor to welcome you to the inaugural panel of the 2025 Bahamas Business Investment Forum. While we're gathered here in the vibrant heart of New York City, some might see it as Gotham City if you're Batman, Metropolis if you're Superman, and the city of great towers if you're Wonder Woman. Regardless of your superhero status, we're here to explore real-world opportunities that the Bahamas offers to investors and business leaders. Having offered early and expansive recognition and protocol, I adopt the same. Yesterday, the Prime Minister of the Bahamas, Prime Minister Philip Edward Brave Davis, presented a historic budget, marking the first projected surplus budgets since our nation's independence in 1973. I say congratulations. I say congratulations to the Honorable Prime Minister and to the Cabinet of the Bahamas and to the technocrats of the civil service. This achievement reinforces the commitment to fiscal responsibility, economic resilience, and strategic investment. The Bahamas continues to fortify its position as a premier international financial center, offering a stable political environment, a robust legal framework, tax neutrality, and a commitment to transparency and regulatory compliance. Our proximity here to the United States, shared language, and strong bilateral relations further enhance our appeal to investors seeking opportunities in wealth management, fintech, and the capital markets. So, I don't see my boss in here, so I can steal a phrase from him. He usually says it's some dawn voice notes. There's a lot to talk about, so let's get started. Today's panel, Building Wealth in the Bahamas, Financial Services for Today and Beyond, will explore the evolving landscape of our financial services sector, highlighting opportunities for innovation and collaboration. We're privileged today to have with us Ms. Christina Roll, Executive Director of Securities Commission of the Bahamas, Ms. Wendy Warren, Managing Director of Keystone Group, Mr. D. Gilbert Kassar, CEO of the Equity Group Business Development Limited and Chairman of the Bahamas Development Bank, Mr. Prince Raming, Territory Leader of PwC Bahamas. And today, through their insights, they will provide valuable perspectives on strategic advantages and the future prospects of investing in the Bahamas. Panelists, you're invited to briefly introduce yourselves and offer your specific thesis statement on today's topic. I'm going to start with Christina Roll. I'll join you so you don't feel as though there's a vacant space between you and the other gentleman over there. So Christina, I'll start with you, then I'll go on to Wendy, and maybe I am a chauvinist, I'll start with the ladies first, and then with the gentleman second. Christina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chad. I think you could have smoothed over that ladies first a little bit better, but I'll give you a pass since you understand the difference between the DC and Marvel comic worlds. So my name is Christina Roll. I'm the Executive Director of the Securities Commission of the Bahamas, and I think, if we're talking about embracing opportunities for financial services within the context of the Bahamas, I think one of the big advantages that we don't speak about that the Bahamas has, and the Prime Minister alluded to it very briefly, is that we have access. We offer access. We offer access to our regulators. We offer access to our policymakers. We offer access to our leaders in industry. And I think that some of the things we do at the Securities Commission, whether it's developing legislation or enforcing that legislation, has a lot to do with our engagement with stakeholders. And I think when we look at the Bahamas as a proposition, we're looking in the context of not only the framework we provide, but also the business environment we foster as well. And so I say all of that to say that I think if you're looking at the Bahamas in terms of what the big advantages we have, I think it's that collaborative spirit, the nimbleness with which we are able to work, and the access that we offer.
Thank you very much, Wendy.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this presentation, and having noted the protocol has been set, I am delighted to be here. I am the founder of Keystone Group. The company has a 50-plus team members in the Bahamas. Through Keystone, we provide full services to families, businesses, investment funds, family offices, and we leverage our network in other markets. And so I can confidently speak to why I think the Bahamas does offer best-in-class financial services framework. And coincidentally, Christina and I did not speak ahead, but I would really speak to the other side of the coin, the output of this environment you speak about, where we have a fit-for-purpose financial services environment. That fit-for-purpose environment focuses on a broad range of financial services, legislative initiatives, whether it's our trust law, our investment funds law, digital assets law, which the Prime Minister spoke to, but it's coupled with a fit-for-purpose regulatory framework. And this is really comes to fore when we've got a regulation that's appropriate, considering who are the users of the financial services jurisdiction. Quite frankly, the range and the relevance of our financial services laws is impressive. It really is a phenomenal feat that the country has been able to accomplish. And this really only occurs in the light of a predictable environment. Again, the Prime Minister used this word earlier today. We're predictable not only in our democratic traditions, but I think the part that is often missed is that we have had 60-plus years of equal commitment to the future of financial services across government administrations. And this commitment sometimes appears in not such pleasant ways for us in the financial services sector, increased regulation, but increased regulation is important to ensuring that we have a future in the sector. But incredibly enough, the opportunity to innovate as an industry, that have the confidence that we can listen attentively to the market and bring forward rigorously tested solutions and proposals, and to have an audience through the access that Christina spoke about. So I think the Bahamas is the best in class of financial services solutions in today's environment. It's an intriguing place to work from.
Thank you ever so much. I'll now go on to Mr. Kassar. The floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, everyone. This is such an exciting event. In my capacity as CEO of Equity Group Business Development, we get to see how exactly investors are supported in a real way when coming to the Bahamas. And so we offer private banking, asset management, investment funds administration, trust and succession planning, and also fintech services. And so what this should underscore to you is that the Bahamas is not casual. It is truly, demonstrably committed. And this means that when you come to the Bahamas, you have at your disposal a very elaborate and comprehensive private banking toolkit to support your initiatives. I would say that In this environment where technology, of course, is rampant, in the Bahamas, we do not commodify financial services. We provide a charming concierge treatment to our clients. And so this means that when you're looking at a complete wealth management solution, you're not just looking at your standalone investment, but you look about how this has an enduring impact on your legacy. And so in the Bahamas, we're here to stay. We have been committed to this industry. It represents a huge portion of the economy. And what you'll find is that we have a very robust human capital component, which will make it very easy for you to provide the services that you wish to provide. I would say that in the Bahamas, there's not just a commitment from the private sector, but there's a demonstrable commitment from the public sector. And this is what you'll find in terms of the public-private partnership. And you can see here in terms of who's represented in the room that there's a commitment to future-proofing financial services. And this is seen throughout legislation. And as the world changes and evolves, the Bahamas is showing leadership and is also showing, again, the commitment to regulatory clarity and the stakeholders in the private sector. And also, as chairman of the Bahamas Development Bank, I can tell you that the government is making lots of progress in order to share the development across the archipelago, and I hope you get to experience all of the islands of the Bahamas. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kassar wears two hats and he has two microphones, so you're going to have to share that microphone around. So, Mr. Rami,
hi.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Prince Ramin, and I'm the Senior Partner, Territory Leader of PricewaterhouseCoopers in the Bahamas, where we have approximately 100 professional services staff servicing multiple clients across various industries. And I'm also serving as the tax partner within the firm. So at PwC, we occupy a kind of unique space where we sit between, in most instances, the foreign direct investment coming into the country, and also the government in many instances, and or other service provider in the country. And what we see, and it's a testament just in confirmation about what the Prime Minister said, what we see is that in spite of the difficulties that have been faced globally, the global challenges and uncertainties that is faced more broadly across the globe, the Bahamas continues to garner investor interest, strong investor interest by that. And we do see that on a daily basis through the number of inquiries we're receiving from our foreign network firms, as well as directly from clients who are keenly interested in doing business in the Bahamas. The financial services sector is quite unique and has garnered a large percentage of those interests. And when we do speak to those clients, they do speak about the well-established regulatory framework that exists, the high professional and highly skilled workforce that's in the Bahamas, providing innovative services, some of which my colleagues have spoken to already, as well as an environment in which they feel comfortable, that they can trust. It's transparent. And so those are some of the key things that I'd like to add, and perhaps we'll get a bit more into them as the panel progresses. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rami. So there is a popular song in the Bahamas about Inagua Island. Just between you, me, and all of these people in the room and the live stream, the general question is, if there is a best-kept secret in financial services, what is that secret? I'm going to start on the end with you, Wendy, and work your way around.
Well, I think our secret is the collaboration between the public service and the private sector. This is incredibly potent and has driven our advancement and our strength in the last 30 years. it's quite a feat to focus on both innovation and regulatory enhancements in an environment of significant and amplified change. And the only way in which we've been able to do this, to achieve this, has been through a partnership. A partnership requires engagement. It requires, I'm going to say, a degree of trust and mutual respect. And I think the Bahamas has been able to do this. We have kept pace with the changing global financial services demands. We know there are a number of agencies out there looking at evolving risks, and the regulators have paid significant attention to this. The government has paid significant attention, and we have been able to engage in a way where the private sector, both internal and external, understand not only what we must do, but more importantly, why we must do it. And I think with that level of engagement, we can all be very focused on what is really at risk: our reputation. Our reputation is the foundation by which we can conduct business across borders. And so the pursuit of an enhanced and relevant regulatory environment has been at the forefront. But in parallel and equally in the forefront has been a spirit of innovation, a spirit of reflecting on what is important to clients, not only the current generation, but future generations. And we've done that. We began in 1995 with the adjustment to reflect and to confirm the rights of how you wish to transfer your assets, all the way through to just this last month, there being a significant and important range of pieces of legislation being tabled, from an improvement in arbitration trusts, something we're very excited about for the trust legislation industry, the change in the way we conduct our digital assets, which I'm positive Christina will speak to. But we're not finished. We're constantly innovating. We are looking forward and hopeful for more enhancements in our segregated accounts companies laws, and we could speak to all the details, but if you follow the trail over the last 30 years, it's been nothing but impressive. I have the opportunity to speak to persons around the world, and we are always on the cutting edge. We listen attentively to what the market is saying, and we have the opportunity to listen and then bring that back to the Bahamas into an environment where it can be refined and introduced. So to have a modern, well-governed, transparent platform is, I think, the best secret in the Bahamas.
Thank you for sharing the secrets, and I trust that you're taking copious notes for those of you who are now becoming elucidated. Christina?
Thank you again, Chet. If I could just, I think Wendy did an excellent job framing that out, and I think she really covered all the points. If I could just drill down into her points a little bit, what I would say is that it can't be understated the pace at which we are able to innovate, right? Being an independent country, and if we take digital assets for an example, the Bahamas started developing digital asset legislation in 2018 at a time when many other jurisdictions around the world were also grappling with what we would do. But we were able to take a look at the entire landscape and figure out very quickly not only what was needed for the space at that moment, but we also figured out very quickly the direction in which it was likely to go. And it isn't that we have some particular geniuses in the Bahamas. It's just a matter that we have a group of individuals who are not only dedicated to their craft, but because we are independent, we're able to push the policymakers in a direction that is very clear, that is very, very robust, and that is in the best interest of the country without all of the red tape that other jurisdictions face. And that can't be overstated when you're talking about a global environment that is looking for regulatory clarity and that is looking for regulatory direction. And I would say the second issue on this collaboration is also the deliberation that goes into our innovation. You know, we often tend to think that all we do in these environments is we cut and paste. But the truth is, it's been my experience, whether it's with the policymakers or the industry, there's a deliberation that goes into how every single thing we do would impact the market. And I don't think that you get that type of deliberation everywhere. And so I think those are some of the things that can't be understated.
Thank you. I'm going to switch over here and see if I can switch things up. Mr. Raming, the best kept secret from your perspective.
Okay. Sorry. So from my perspective, the best kept secret are indeed some of the points already raised, but I'll try to give you a different perspective on them. As part of my long career with PricewaterhouseCoopers, where I've been 30 plus years, I've spent 10 years of those 30 working abroad. I spent 10 years working in Switzerland, right, where I became a partner and worked along with the Swiss regulator as one of their bank law auditors. And I can say that that experience juxtaposed about what I see here in the local Bahamian environment, the extent of collaboration between the government and the private sector to realize policies, to innovate through products, through legislation, is indeed second to none. So there is a strong bond between the government, who is committed to the financial services sector, being agile in its response and into the needs of the industry. And that is something that cannot be imagined, really, if you're outside looking in, but it's something that's real and that makes this industry a vibrant one in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raming. Mr. Kassar, the floor is yours.
In my view, the best kept secret is that if you focus on building a strong foundation, the house will always stand. And I believe that what I'm hearing is that we're able to, as a country, respond rather than just react. And that's because we have the pillars of a foundation that's enduring. We have good regulations, we have parliamentary democracy, we have the foundational legislation that has foreseen where the world is going. So from the DARE Act to the Carbon Credit Trading Act, and I think that it's very helpful to be able to be ahead of the game once you have committed, and in that commitment have laid the right foundation. And I think that is the enduring secret. I also think that a part of the secret is not looking at things just in silos, because individuals and companies, they require a complete wealth management solution. It's not just pursuing a particular objective, but it's about what's next. It's about the business continuity, the succession planning, the accounting support. It's about all of that. And the Bahamas has, over time, become an expert at it, and I think that is our secret.
Thank you. So I've made mental notes of some operative terms here: innovation, modernity, diversification. So I'm going to start with a general question and start with you, Christina. What do you see as the next area of opportunity or diversification in the financial services sector?
That's an interesting question. I think there are probably three broad areas that I think where there are unique opportunities for the Bahamas in particular. So if I deal with the digital asset space, I think that's probably the easiest to talk about because it's fresh in everyone's mind. But certainly when we develop DARE, and if someone knows anything about regulation, you would notice that DARE is really within a framework of capital, within the capital markets. And so it's really a parallel of the securities industry, capital markets, regulatory framework. It's really a parallel of that. The reason we went in the direction of a different piece of legislation was to create a legal taxonomy around digital assets themselves. But that's a different story. So, but in that context, what we anticipated in going in that capital markets direction is that the future for this technology will be the tokenization of assets, right? Whether those assets are real-world assets or whether those assets are investment assets, the tokenization of assets will be where this legislation, where this is going. And I think that the Bahamas has a very, very unique opportunity in as much as we have on one side a very good framework for investment funds, on the next side a very good framework for digital assets. I think you pair them together and you can have a very good marriage that can be a model for how assets are tokenized, right? That's one thing. The second thing I think we have an opportunity for is for the creation of family offices. And I say that knowing that there are already a number of family offices that exist in the Bahamas. What we don't have, though, is a specific framework that may attract family office who is looking for a certain regulatory framework within which to exist. And you would say, well, why would someone want to do that? Well, they would want to do it because they may want to be attractive to institutional investors. They may want to be attractive as a multifamily office, and there are certain reasons. And so I think that we have a very unique opportunity to create a framework, because we have all of the elements. We have the Financial and Corporate Service Providers Act, we have the Securities Industry Act. We have a very unique opportunity to create a framework to attract family offices to the Bahamas. And then I would say the last thing is this issue of carbon credits. You know, there's a lot of jargon that is thrown out about carbon credits, and I'll be very honest with you. When people start talking jargon, my eyes glaze over, and my assumption is they don't know what they're talking about, right? But the truth about the voluntary carbon markets, from a regulatory perspective, is that it's the Wild West. That's the truth about it. It's the Wild West right now, right? And the truth about where regulations sit with voluntary carbon markets is that it is very complicated to figure it out, right? I think we have the tools to figure it out. And I think we have the tools to be one of the first in the market to figure it out. But have we figured it out yet? Not quite. There are some elements to it that still requires a framework. What Gil alluded to was a trading in the secondary market that we've put in that element, and that's really derivatives trading, again, modeled after the capital market. But that primary market of capital, of voluntary carbon markets, that's the jurisdiction that figures that out will be a big winner, and I think we have all of the elements to figure it out.
Well, I'm very impressed with your confidence, and I share your confidence. I'm one of those people that would have emptied out their pools and started to grow seagrass to see if I can get carbon credits somewhere along the line. Notwithstanding, I have some background in financial services. That is where I was at. I was glazed over as well, so forgive my ignorance. Wendy, on to you. We have the enabling environment. We have investment, flexible investments like ICON, the investment condominiums. What do you think the next stage of innovation is for the Bahamas?
I think what we have achieved over the last few years, and I had the pleasure of leading the Bahamas Financial Services Board for 11 years. And I recall when I joined, the only part of our sector was the private banking sector. And many people said, why are you even worried about the Securities Commission? Why is that even important to us? And I think what we have today is a undergirding of key pillars to our financial services home, whether it's banking, investments, securities, insurance. And what we now need to focus on and are focusing on is how these elements are connected. Connected not only within the financial services industry, as Christina mentioned. So for example, when you look at the digital assets law, this is not just important as a standalone area. It's important to the fiduciary services that trustees now have the confidence since the passing of the DARE Act that they can engage in crypto assets. Why is this important? They will be judged by a future generation or generations not yet born on how they have addressed digital assets today. The Bahamas gives trustees that opening and the ability to engage within a regulatory environment in these evolving areas. Likewise, we have carbon credits, et cetera, where family offices are heavily focused on the whole space of sustainability, new opportunities to gain alpha. And what we often miss is that the clients we have in financial services are actually foreign direct investors. And for the Bahamas, we are very focused on how to integrate these elements from the tourism, the long-term tourists who choose to live in the Bahamas, whether through permanent residence, permits to reside. These individuals are our clients. And I think we're making greater strides in how to engage them, how to deepen their ties to the jurisdiction, and in a way that they actually feel more productive within the Bahamas, and that they truly become what I like to call mini foreign direct investors through their participation in the financial services sector. So I think we are really beginning to find that methodology of engaging across the financial services sector and actually across our country's economic pillars, which is really exciting.
Thank you. Mr. Kassar, where do you think innovation and diversification takes us in the Bahamas? What are the next steps?
I definitely want to underscore some, all of what was just said. I believe that the next wave of innovation will be through tokenization of real-world assets. I believe that we're going to see more programmatic smart contracts that automate some of the financial relationships that exist within finance. And we're also going to see more interoperability between markets and more connection points between those markets. I can foresee the blockchain and versions of blockchains being involved with undergirding finance. And I believe that ESG, environmental, social, and governance frameworks, will actually become more important to socially conscious impact investors. And that's going to mean that these conversations around the blue economy and carbon credits and so on are going to be married in with traditional investment decisions. And so I believe that the DARE Act really is the key to the future of finance. Right? And so that's what I can see coming.
Thank you. And Mr. Raming, you're aware that there was a big crypto event in Vegas. I guess they're trying to catch up with us.
I guess.
So where is the innovation, and how do we keep apace or ahead?
Okay. Well, I'd also like to kind of give acknowledgement to all the comments that has been raised so far. I mean, I think each one of those areas in their own right will be areas for future innovation within the Bahamas. But I would also like to speak about the use of technology within the sector. As we go about our day-to-day activities within PwC and look to our clients, we do see major opportunities existing for many clients to innovate through the use of technology, be it AI or the like, in order to bring about efficiencies and promote further development within the financial services sector. There is a significant room for growth through the use of technology, and we do see many embracing it, but I think we would like to see more. But I also think about technology, I think about the workforce, the talent pool that we have in the Bahamas, and definitely an opportunity for us to upskill and utilize the technology, but it'll require a certain amount of investment from industry players in order to realize, again, the full potential. So I do see technology playing a major role in integrating some of these products which are being mentioned, but equally in the further development of the professionals and professions within the sector within the Bahamas.
Thank you, Mr. Raming. And of course, we're working on enhancing our ICT backbone to ensure that we are able to accommodate the expanse of business. We're going to take one more round of questions and then a closeout. So I'm going to go to you, Christina. We've heard a lot about the DARE Act, and how dare we speak about the DARE Act without coming to you first.
The Prime Minister is allowed.
The Prime Minister is allowed, okay, just the Prime Minister. So for Christina, you've been a part of this process for quite some time. We've been the vanguard, and as always, being ahead, you face your challenges, you face the criticisms, there's also opportunities. Can you indicate in respect of where the DARE Act will take us and what are the next steps for that? Mr. Kassar has put down the gauntlet and has indicated that's the future for the Bahamas. So on to you with the permission of the Prime Minister.
Okay, if you could allow me to just talk briefly about where we came from or where we're headed. So I mentioned we started developing the DARE Act around 2018, and it started with a benchmarking of probably about 13 jurisdictions. And I just want to say that this is really in the context that when you look at digital asset activity that is in the Bahamas, it's negligible. So domestic activity in digital assets is really negligible. Even when we talk about Bahamians who are investing in digital assets, you're really talking about probably a Bahamian IBC that is owned by a foreigner, or you're talking about a Bahamian resident who may not necessarily be a Bahamian citizen. And so outside of that, the context of digital asset activity in the Bahamas is negligible. And so I just want to say that the approach to regulation then takes that context in mind, right? It takes the context in mind that the activity isn't really on the ground. The activity is taking place elsewhere. And what we recognized when we were developing DARE, two things were taking place. As we were benchmarking, we started this benchmarking in 2018. What crypto was changing every 6 months. You know, it was something else every 6 months. It's still evolving. It's not evolving at that pace, but it's certainly not as mature as what they call TRAD-5, traditional finance, right? It certainly is not mature at that level. And so it's continuously evolving. And so what we recognized when we were developing the Act, because there were a number of approaches across the initial 13 jurisdictions that we benchmarked, from regulating the DLT itself and all kinds of great arguments as to why we should do that, you know, all kinds of conversation about the regulator needing to be on the node and so on. And we said, no, look, we know what this is. This is capital markets activity. That's what we know how to do, and that's what we're going to do. And so we laser focus on how do you regulate capital markets activity. It doesn't matter what it's called, but it's capital markets activity. And so we put a framework around that, because I think I mentioned the issue of taxonomy earlier. What that means is that the approach other jurisdictions take, and you know, we're in the United States, so I could use the US SEC for an example. The US SEC takes the approach that everything is a security. And they take that approach through case law. For a jurisdiction like us, that's dangerous. That's dangerous, because we will go to court and we'll lose, and then we'll have a problem. And so we need a taxonomy. We need to be able, when we go in the courtroom, the court knows what it is because we've defined it. And that's why we created a legislation, right? And so I said before that the legislation is the activity, was continuously evolving. So we knew as regulators that we needed certain things for the regulation to work. And a major thing that we needed was enforcement power. We needed sufficient enforcement power, that we needed to be able to identify activity that is operating within the jurisdiction and have enough power to say to an actor that you need to be regulated. We needed to have enough power to know if something went wrong, that we can address the things that could go wrong, the major things that could go wrong. And so we developed the legislation with that framework in mind, knowing that in an evolving space, we probably would have to go back in a year and change it again. But we needed to give ourselves enough power. And as you could see, you know, the crypto space continued to evolve. The legislation was passed in 2020. By late 2021, and the legislation was passed in late 2020, in December 2020. By the end of 2021, we started to see what has come to be known as the crypto winter. And we saw a lot of risks emerging out of that crypto winter, a risk inherent to how digital asset firms operated, specific to how they operated, and specific really to what really was the vertical integration of those firms, meaning the firms, the same firm that did custody is the same firm that gave advice, that did a whole number of things, and that doesn't really exist without segregation in the traditional finance world. But that was just inherent to operation in the digital asset world. And so we had to address those risks. And so some of the things that we've addressed in the new legislation came out of that crypto winter specifically. The one thing that came out of FTX was that vertical integration issue. And so you would see in the new legislation, we've addressed, in addition to putting in some innovative things like a framework for stable coins, we've also addressed risks inherent to the conflicts of interest that usually exist within a digital asset firm.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rowe. I'm going to try and see how we can get through the next series of panelists, and then we're probably going to have to cut a little short. But I'd also like to say congratulations to the central bank for the digital currency, the sand dollar. That again was an innovation started in the Bahamas. So congratulations to the central bank of the Bahamas Governor Roll, if you were here. So I'll take this award on behalf of Governor Roll, Governor John Roll. So, Wendy, the question to you is, why the Bahamas, and why is the Bahamas the future for financial services?
Well, I think to pivot a little bit from what Christina just spoke to, I think it's really important when I think about the word dare, I think about the word dare to be bold. I just want us to just take 2 minutes to think about the environment in which DARE Act was introduced. It's not about whether it's, in my opinion, the most important law or not. It's an environment in which a country that has faced so much pressure from the global regulatory authorities that in its midst, there would be a group of persons who are prepared to be confident, sufficiently confident, that they understand this space to dare to introduce the DARE Act. This is a significant accomplishment, and I really do not think we should underestimate the power of the confidence it took to move forward with the DARE Act and the research that was required. And that is why I believe the Bahamas is future ready. The Bahamas is future ready because I think we have the motivation, we have the mechanisms, and we have the measurement tools. What do I mean when I say that? We have the motivation because we see financial services as critical to our future as a country. We see it as critical to entrepreneurship. We see it as critical to employment. We see it as integrated with our tourism and our second home clients. We see it as critical to building substance and creating the spin-offs of the industry. So the country is truly motivated to be future ready. I think we have the mechanisms, what Christina just outlined, is the mechanism by which to think through what we should do, to listen to what's happening globally, to hear the market, and to make very smart, but yet be prepared to be agile to the transforming environment. And then finally, the measurement tool. It's just what you said. You monitored what was happening. Crypto winter was approaching. We likewise have that opportunity throughout our financial services sector. We stay close to the market. We stay close to the regulatory framework. And therefore, I have every confidence that the Bahamas financial services sector is future ready, both in terms of our relevance, the robust nature of our industry, and the reliability that you can trust us to be here, not only for this generation, but for generations to come. So I'm inspired. Thank you very much to the Commission for your work.
Thank you. So, Mr. Kassar, the Bahamas has been creating bespoke financial instruments and solutions. From your vantage, what makes the Bahamas an attractive place for wealth management and for family offices or philanthropists?
Definitely, the Bahamas has all the ingredients for the perfect outcome. We are English-speaking. We're in the same time zone as New York and many important countries. We're easy to get to. We are very well equipped in terms of the human capital. We have a stable government and democracy. We have a stable currency that is pegged to the US dollar. And we have a complete wealth management solution, from succession planning to banking to asset management, and as you can hear, fintech. And so the Bahamas is a place where everything is really at your disposal, and it is a launch pad where you can think globally while having the right hub. And so we invite you, and the motto at Equity is that we are fiercely committed to your success, and we will continue to be there at your side. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Raming, incidentally, I'm young enough to know when PwC used to be, what is it, Price Waterhouse, and then it was Coopers and Lybrand. So now it's abbreviated to just PWC. So let's see if we can have abbreviated response in response to this question. International pressure to level the playing field on taxation has long been a key factor in wealth accumulation, including and leading wealthy individuals to restructure their holdings to minimize the effects. What are the key trends that you're seeing from a tax perspective, and how are some of your clients, and how are we as the government responding?
Okay, well, thank you. Well, definitely, and I'll try to be brief. Definitely the tax loop is closing. That net that was wide open until maybe a few years ago has definitely shrunk. You know, we've seen a lot of activities in this space regarding taxation, including the introduction of the Pillar 2 regime by the OECD, leading the Bahamas and places like us to introduce its own taxation regime, but only focus, thankfully, at this stage on multinationals. Those are companies with gross turnover or revenue of 750 million euros or more. And so, for the time being, the Bahamas has had to respond because we need to be compliant. Companies are also taking steps in order to restructure their groups, and the Bahamas continues to be very much an important component of their overall restructuring. I think what we're doing in the Bahamas is trying to ensure that we engage with the key stakeholders that are most affected through the tax transformation that's taking place, while also offering tax incentives to companies with existing operations in the Bahamas. I know that recently there was tabled a bill to provide incentives. The government did introduce a bill to provide incentives to companies with, let's say, revenue over 50 million, and these are meant to act as a counterbalance to the need to have taxation across the globe, which is now set at minimum 15% for those entities. And so, again, an innovation. It speaks to the innovative powers of the government and its commitment to ensure that this industry flourishes in spite of the international pressures which we face. So I'll pause there, and I hope it was brief enough.
Thank you very much. And as an epilogue, I give each one of you to offer just three words that would encapsulate your presentation here today, and that would also evoke, provoke, invite, and incite investment in the Bahamas. I'm going to start with you, Wendy. Just three words. This is like my mother telling me, please be very brief, and I use 6 words, but 3, please.
I would unequivocally say the predictability of the commitment to the industry, access to those who can make the environment relevant for what is needed, and the beauty of the islands that bring people from all over the world to not only to live, to play, but to work in the Bahamas. It is indeed better in the Bahamas.
Thank you. You're the honorary ambassador for investments, tourism, financial services. You can have my job as well. I see Bahamas Investment Authority beaming. I see Ministry of Tourism beaming. Christina, 3 words.
Okay, so I will answer the question as it was asked on the exam, and my 3 words are innovation, stability, and integrity.
Thank you. Mr. Kassar, 3 words.
Complete wealth solution.
Thank you. And Mr. Raming.
Well, I would say transparency, collaboration, and innovation.
And I think that concludes this morning's panel that must probably ran into the afternoon. The 3 words are, thank you ever so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank our moderator and the panelists for our first panel discussion this morning. Let us give them another round of applause. And we thank them for shedding light on the critical aspects that have contributed to the financial services sector in the Bahamas, including that of effective public-private partnerships, which we will hear more about in our Spotlight segment, in addition to high-end living in the Bahamas. At this time, it is my pleasure to invite to the podium Mrs. Felicia Woods-Hanna, Director of the Bahamas Investments Authority, who will come now and address you. Following Mrs. Woods-Hanna is Mr. Ryan Knowles of the Maison Bahamas, Director and CEO. Mrs. Hanna Woods.
Standing on the established protocol, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bahamas, with its pristine beaches, clear waters, vibrant culture, is not only a sought-after tourist destination, but also a promising hub and premier jurisdiction for foreign direct investment. As we as a country navigate the complexities of the global economy, the Bahamas continues to emerge as a beacon of stability, opportunity, and growth. We in the Bahamas have demonstrated unwavering resilience and adaptability. You would have heard our Prime Minister speak today about the record-breaking growth in our GDP and positive trajectory looking into 2025 and 2026. This exponential growth in part can be attributed to several key industries, such as tourism, financial services, as you would have heard the panel discuss, and real estate, as you would hear later. Situated just 50 miles off the coast of Florida, the Bahamas serves as a gateway between North and South America. Our proximity allows for seamless trade, travel, and makes us a business hub to the Americas. On numerous fronts, the government of the Bahamas continues to prove its commitment to fostering a conducive environment for facilitating investments to our shores. Key incentives for us include tax benefits, exemptions from customs duties on approved raw materials, equipment, and building supplies, real property tax exemption for approved investment projects, and a streamlined process that we are proud of. To date, the Bahamas Investment Authority has embarked on a digitization process focused not only on mechanisms for expediting the processing of investment applications, but increasing accountability and transparency for all investors. Like Allstate, you're in good hands. Tourism and hospitality, ladies and gentlemen, we in the Bahamas have a problem that many countries envy. We have the heads, and we need more beds. We continue to experience growth and demand for tourism product and increased room capacity. As the cornerstone of the Bahamas economy, the tourism sector offers a vast range of potential investment opportunities, inclusive of resorts, ecotourism, family all-inclusive, vacation rental, and cruise infrastructure, just to name a few. The financial services sector. In the Bahamas, we have a sophisticated industry attracting high net worth individuals and institutions seeking wealth management, trust services, and offshore banking solutions. Moving on to real estate. With the rising demand for luxury properties and vacation homes, the real estate market in our country presents several prospects for investment throughout our family of islands. In alignment with the global sustainable goals, our country is investing in renewable energy projects throughout our archipelago, which will offer investment prospects in solar, wind, and bioenergy. As we look ahead, it is imperative that we not only focus on investments for economic growth, but also sustainable and eco-friendly investments. With the Bahamas' stunning natural beauty and a growing global focus on sustainability, there's immense potential for economic consciousness investors to make a positive impact while achieving financial returns in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bahamas stands ready. We remain a compelling destination for investors seeking stability, strategic location, diverse opportunities, and a culture of people who are like no other on this planet. With our favorable investment climate, a wealth of investment opportunities across sectors, driven by our natural beauty and a government that supports business development, you cannot go wrong in the Bahamas. We are the right place for you. Welcome to the islands of the Bahamas, as you will hear during this meaningful two-day presentation. I thank you, and I would like to use this opportunity as Director of Investments to thank and congratulate His Excellency Wendell K. Jones, Ambassador for the Bahamas, for his unwavering and unprecedented commitment to business development in our country and investment opportunities to our shore. Thank you, Ambassador, and your team.
Thank you, Mrs. Woods-Hannah. Now we will hear from Mr. Ryan Knowles, founder and CEO of Maison Bahamas. Let us welcome him as he comes. Mr. Ryan Knowles.
Good morning. There are two kinds of people in the world: those who dream of living in the Bahamas and the lucky few of us who already do. A few weeks ago, I was in Lake Como, sitting with a group of top real estate leaders from around Europe and the Middle East. We were talking about the future of property and how global brands are reshaping place and permanence. One of them said something that stuck with me. More than ever, people want places that feel like they matter, where their time, their family, and their values align. And as I flew home to Nassau, I kept thinking about that line, because I know a place like that. I live in one, and I represent one. I'm Ryan Knowles, founder of Maison Bahamas and a proud partner of Forbes Global Properties, a network of 20,000 agents across 26 countries. My first job in real estate was stuffing folders at a condo launch. Today, I work with developers, family offices, and ultra-high net worth clients to help shape a future that works for all of us. And today I want to offer you a story. Not a pitch, a perspective. One Bahamian's take on what we could build if we build it together. The Bahamas has always attracted attention, but lately it's attracting action. People aren't just visiting, they're planning, they're applying, they're asking about schools, residency, investment, and legacy. In 2024, we crossed 10 million visitors, which is historic. But milestones are only useful if they help us measure something bigger. What are we actually offering the world? Are we ready to receive the level of interest we're generating? And are we building fast enough and smart enough to meet the moment? Globally, we're in a time of transition. The $100 trillion wealth transfer is well underway, and buyers from New York, Toronto, Sao Paulo, and London are seeking a plan B that feels like a plan A. Places that are beautiful, stable, and culturally resonant. And the brands see it too. That's why companies like Amman, Rosewood, Bulgari, and Four Seasons are all investing in our islands. And I want to pause here and recognize the current administration. Bringing in these iconic brands and reigniting anchor projects like the Grand Lucayan in Freeport isn't easy. It takes clarity and courage, and it sends a message that the Bahamas is ready to lead. But leadership comes with responsibility. If we aren't careful, we risk building too fast and too far from our roots. We risk replacing our culture with commodity, trading authenticity for convenience. That's why at Maison, we don't just market luxury. We help shape long-term value. From concept to closing, we work with developers to design homes, communities, and experiences that resonate with what today's global buyers are truly looking for. And through Forbes and Forbes Global Properties, we make sure those stories reach the right people with scale, trust, and speed. Let me show you what that looks like. This is Beluga, a $50 million estate we currently represent in Lyford Key.
With the whispers of the waves, with the golden embrace of the sun remind you that life is meant to be extraordinary. This is more than a home. It's a masterpiece. Set on an untouched stretch of the Bahamian shoreline, this sanctuary is a rare jewel, a vision brought to life, crafted with precision and care. Designed to echo the rhythm of the ocean, every corner breathes sophistication. Floor-to-ceiling windows frame breathtaking vistas, inviting the outside world to live within. Here, elegance flows effortlessly. From the grand entertaining spaces to the private retreats, this residence is an ode to the art of living well. Beyond its walls, this retreat opens to a world untouched, nourished by the infinity pool. Wander barefoot along your private beach, or simply listen to the waves, to the wind, to the silence. In this haven of exclusivity, the world feels different. Life at King, a private escape known only to a fortunate few. With its marina, golf course, and access to the best in Nassau, it is a lifestyle that defines privilege. As John Steinbeck once wrote, it is the hour of will, the interval between day and night, when time stops and examines itself. And here, every moment feels like that hour, timeless and extraordinary. This is more than a residence. It is a promise, a legacy waiting to be written, where every sunrise brings inspiration and every sunset whispers gratitude. Exclusively presented by Maison Bahamas, the beginning of your forever.
Not long ago, I showed this home to a family from the US. No pitch, no pressure, just a slow walk and a long view. After a few minutes on the terrace, the wife turned to me and said, "This feels like how life is meant to be." That's what people are chasing. And I believe we can offer that feeling at scale, not by becoming something we're not, but by becoming more of what we already are. This is the story I came to tell you, a story of where we are, where we could go, and the kind of future we can create together. So if you see yourself in this next chapter, if you want to build it with intention, and if you're ready to help shape the version of the Bahamas that future generations will thank us for, my team and I would love to walk that path with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knowles, for your presentation this morning. And now we proceed to panel discussion 2, which will be led by our moderator, Mr. Gavin Christie, Managing Partner of the Cochrane C.A. Christie. He will come now and address the second panel discussion for today, with the topic Investing in Paradise, the growing real estate and investment landscape in the Bahamas. At this time, I invite Mr. Christie, who will introduce the distinguished panelists for this session. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to the second annual Bahamas Business and Investment Forum here in the city. I'm excited to be your moderator today and moderating today's panel, especially on a topic that is so close to my heart and a topic as vibrant and relevant as real estate investment in the Bahamas, or as we like to say, investing in paradise. The Bahamas has always captured the world's imagination, but more and more, it is also capturing investor confidence, from luxury developments and boutique resorts to individual zones, industrial zones, and commercial hubs. Our islands offer something for every type of investor. We've pulled together today a powerhouse panel of experts to walk us through the current landscape and where the biggest opportunities lie. I'm pleased to introduce Carla Sweeting, who's president of the Bahamas Real Estate Association, Mr. Tommy Turnquest, CEO of Jacks Bay Development, Mr. Charles Pratt, Manager of Commercial Development at the Grand Bahama Port Authority, and Dr. Leo Rowell, CEO of the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce. Panelists, please, I'd love for you to tell us a little bit more about yourself, about your background, and your experience. Ladies first.
Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here to represent the Bahamas Real Estate Association. I am a broker, been in the industry for 25 years, and this is my second time as president. I have a passion for my country and for the real estate market, and I love what I do, and I love working with people like my moderator here. I hope that today we can stress to you all what a wonderful opportunity it is to be able to invest in the Bahamas, not only from the real estate side of things, but we are more than sun, sand, and sea. We have a vibrant financial services, as you would have already heard, and we offer something for every single investor. And we have several islands and very dedicated, educated individuals that can help guide you.
Good morning, everyone. So as Gavin mentioned, my name is Dr. Leo Rowell. I serve as the CEO of the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce and Employers Confederation. I have about 20 years background in financial services, education, and of course, advocating for small businesses. Before going to the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce, I served as the Director of Client Advisory Services with the Small Business Development Center. And so obviously it's just a continuation of the work that I would have done. The Chamber of Commerce really and truly is the premier business support engine or organization of the Bahamas, and we do that through three simple ways: providing a measure of access, providing advice, and providing advocacy for the business community.
Mr. Turnquest?
Good morning, Tommy Turnquest. I'm the CEO of Jacks Bay Resort Residential Community in South Eleuthera. This is really my third career I spent just over a decade as a bank executive with CIBC in Nassau. I then served for 20 years in the government of the Bahamas as a parliamentarian and a cabinet minister, and up until 2012. And I've been I've been on the board of Eleuthera Properties Limited, the parent company of Jacks Bay, and now CEO of Jacks Bay since June of 2021. I must say, out of the three, this is the most challenging, but the most enjoyable.
And Mr. Pratt.
Good morning, everyone. I know you heard him say Mr. Pratt, but my name is Opportunity. Yeah, I wanted to get a laugh to wake you guys up because this is a very exciting panel. We're going to be talking about opportunities to invest in paradise, Mr. Ambassador. And so you don't want to miss it. Listen to every word that we say. I'm Charles Pratt. I'm here today to talk about general investment, especially related to land, real estate, particularly to talk about the huge, did I say huge? Opportunities in Grand Bahama, the most northern island in the archipelago of 700 islands and keys in paradise.
Good. Thank you so much. So let's dive in, and let's see what is really driving real estate growth, how policy and partnerships are evolving, and how investors, both local and global, can make smart, impactful moves in the Bahamas. Carla. Carla, as a leading voice in real estate and someone who's on the front line of what's happening on the property market, tell me, what are some of the trends that you are seeing happening right now in the Bahamas?
Well, Gavin, we saw a surge in the high-end market during COVID and shortly thereafter, and that trend has continued. The BRIA office pulled statistics.
Speak loud.
Oh, the BRIA office pulled statistics for me before I came here, and the Family Islands, I had them break it down, Family Islands versus New Providence, and we are trending upward. We've not lost any momentum, and I believe that the key to that is people like you, who have a very vibrant luxury real estate agency. And when individuals are looking to invest in the Bahamas, I urge them to use a licensed agent because we are a statute body, and we have very, very educated and individuals that can show you property from Inagua to Grand Bahama to Abaco to wherever you want. We have something for everyone. And I am very encouraged to say that the government's policies in terms of the ease of purchasing property in the Bahamas has certainly helped with that process.
So Carla, post-COVID, we saw some of the most astronomical numbers that we've ever seen in the Bahamas. Tommy, Charles, tell me, are you seeing similar trends you guys represent the Family Islands. Are you seeing similar trends, or what trends are you seeing in Eleuthera and in Grand Bahama?
There's no question that there was a pent-up demand as a result of COVID, and a demand for lifestyle as opposed to just plain product. And so we had to create that lifestyle. And so at Jacks Bay, we created what we call an oasis for the soul, where persons can come to Eleuthera, and Chuck, we're going to have a bit of a fight here between Eleuthera and Grand Bahama. But Eleuthera as an island of the Bahamas, one of the few islands with elevation, very narrow but beautiful beaches, beautiful waters, the marine life. We boast 4 miles of beach. But we found that those persons, in addition to all of that, wanted all of the services, the good internet, telecommunications, good water, electricity, all the comforts at home, but they wanted to be in a place where they were safe and secluded. And we think that in South Eleuthera, we were able to provide that at Jacks Bay, and they also wanted good health care. And we're pleased to say that we also have that.
Okay, so no, we're not going to be competing because I believe that the paradise, which is the Bahamas, has a lot of opportunities for everyone. So everyone can get a piece. If you're not in the Bahamas, if you don't have an investment in the Bahamas, then you're missing out. I believe that each island offers a unique experience, and Grand Bahamas certainly has a great opportunity for investors. So in the last 5 years, to speak to the moderator's question specifically, in the last 5 years, we have seen, post-pandemic, we have seen the investor confidence return to the Northern Island. And you will hear us talk more about what the government has announced. Can I say HOA? Someone heard that recently? What's happening in terms of $2.53 billion on that northern island of Grand Bahama with a population of 50, people are returning home. So huge, it's huge.
Fantastic. Dr. Leo, from your perspective at the Chamber, what are some of the key trends you're noticing in the business community in the Bahamas?
Thank you for the question. So what we're noticing from the business community is a proliferation of young talent. And so the landscape of business is changing such that persons are more knowledgeable about their background in terms of where they're going. We see a proliferation of family island businesses. I smiled when Turnquest and of course Pratt were speaking, because I remember when I was at the SPDC, and obviously Grand Bahama is the second city, but we saw more persons being funded in islands like Eleuthera and of course Abaco, and that shows us that one, the conducive environment is being built, but also that business owners are taking advantage of the opportunities that are available. We're also seeing a trend of businesses expanding beyond the borders of the Bahamas. So we see a number of trade missions that the Chamber has been instrumental in, whether they be inbound from Canada, outbound to India, outbound to Africa, and we see our businesses now having satellite offices in these various jurisdictions so they can access and garner different market shares. What that does is it diversifies not only their portfolio, but it diversifies their consumer or their customer base, and it also provides an opportunity for direct foreign direct investment into the Bahamas through their various businesses. And so we've seen a very strong proliferation of businesses, both external and internal to the Bahamas, but we've also seen a new sphere of entrepreneurs being raised up, and we are here for a moment of it.
So I see a lot of familiar faces in the room, but also I see a lot of new faces. Carla, tell me, for those who are new to the Bahamas, what are some of the key steps to investing in paradise?
Well, Gavin, I believe that the first step is that if you're looking for real estate, you should always look for a licensed agent. And once that licensed agent meets with you and gets an understanding of what it is you're looking for, that agent can either refer you to someone in one of our islands, but like I said, all of our islands have licensed agents that can accommodate anything that you need. We have also, our country is set up that we have the availability that if someone shows up in Nassau and we show them properties and they think, well, I really want to be in South Eleuthera because it's quiet, I can, enjoy nature a little more, and still have all of the luxuries that I've been accustomed to. We have international flights. We have 20 international airports, so international flights come in and out of our country every day. We have 3 fixed base operators who, if you have your own plane and you prefer to get it that way, and then, of course, the marinas. We have absolutely gorgeous marinas that can accommodate anybody, anywhere. And so my first step is find the licensed agent. They can refer you out to financial services. They can refer you to attorneys that can help whatever your need is.
So your local agent is pretty much your start point and your guide from A to Z.
Absolutely. I've said this all along. We're not just real estate agents, but we're financial advisors, we're even marriage counselors sometimes. But whatever the need is, we can cover it for you.
Right.
And we have persons within our country able to take care of you.
And Governor, if I may, just add to what Carla said. Certainly I endorse everything that she said. You want to deal with those who are legitimate in the space, obviously. There is a process, a streamlined process, albeit. I know I will probably have an opportunity to, but let me just mention it now. Grand Bahama, the most northern island in the Bahamas, is also unique. You know what I'm about to say? Is unique to an arrangement known as the Hawkesbury Creek Agreement. And so there is a part of Grand Bahama known as the port area, a free trade zone. And what it essentially is quasi-governmental authority with private sector efficiency. And so in there we license, we administrate, we develop a 230 square mile area as the free trade zone on the island of Grand Bahama. So the process is really streamlined, and those who are in the space of selling real estate are licensed by the Grand Bahama Port Authority. And I'm sure we'll talk more about that.
You jumped the gun, but yes. But Tommy, South Eleuthera is back on the map. I want to say that again. South Eleuthera is back on the map. Jacks Bay is one of the most talked about developments in Eleuthera. It blends luxury, sustainability, and lifestyle. Tell us, what is the magic formula, the secret sauce to attracting high net worth investors to a destination like Eleuthera?
So firstly, in terms of your premise, Eleuthera, on the whole, it's been extremely hot over the last several years. And it started really in North Eleuthera. You saw it move down to Governor's Harbor in the central Eleuthera. And now with Jacks Bay, Cotton Bay, the Cape, Disney, South Eleuthera is really where it's at. And I like to say that rising tide lift all ships. And we've seen that. We're not in competition with each other. We're all working together. And we think that that's a recipe for success. But what we found was that persons didn't just want a building or a piece of land. They wanted an experience. And so we built the Tiger Woods 10-hole playground so that golfers could have something to do, and they could play barefoot and in their shorts. They hit a bad shot, they go to the Blue Bar and have a drink, or they go right into on the beach and take a dip in the water, and then get back at the game. We're in the process of building an 18-hole Nicholas Heritage Golf Course, and so we're going to be the first property to have the Tiger and the Bear, a Tiger Woods playground and a Jack Nicklaus golf course. We've got 4 miles of beach, different swimming options, whether you want to swim in a blue hole. We have a blue hole over hole number 3 on the Nicklaus course. We have a mystery lake, which is the favorite spot of mine on the property, which non-motorized water sports, yoga, meditation. So we've created an experience. But to do so, we found that we had to create a world-class team. And so in terms of land planners, in terms of architects, in terms of electricity and infrastructure, we put together what we call best in class to make sure we did it. And then to bring down potential buyers so that they can experience what we call an oasis for the soul, so that they can experience the miles of beach, so they can experience what we have to offer in terms of basic amenities, and then to tell them that, you know, we built our own RO plant. While we're using BPL in terms of electricity, we have our backup generation, that we have high-speed fiber to make sure that they have all the comforts of home. And then, in terms of sustainability, to make sure that we're not overdeveloped. We've got to let nature take take its course and follow nature in terms of our development. And so we have committed to not develop more than 55% of our 1,200 acres. So much of it, again, you'll be able to enjoy.
That's a very key point, and I'm a big believer in that each island has its own different identity and different DNA.
There's no question about that.
And generally, our family islands are reserved for what we consider low-density developments. And so, just to piggyback on that point is, how do you, and you touched on it a bit, how do you balance developing while preserving our local culture and environment?
Well, that's a good point. Let me just, before I get to that, just the fine line between family islands and out islands. And I see the Ministry of Tourism here, because I remember when I was Minister of Tourism, we found that we had to go back to out islands, because while domestically and politically you wanted to call the islands family islands, our tourists said, well, I don't want to go to a family destination. I wanted that out island destination. And so there's that fine line between tourism as the out islands and politically as the family islands. How do we balance it? And I think Mr. Kassar in the earlier session talked about ESG. And we found that our buyers want to ensure that you have that sustainability, that you're recognizing the environment, that you have proper governance and social qualities, and to emphasize that, but not to overdevelop. And so, again, in our master declaration, we've committed to no more than 395 home sites within the 1,200 acres. So you could imagine that we're not overdeveloped and keep that low density, because that's what our research is telling us, that's what a person's wanted. Obviously, as a realtor, that's what you're finding out as well.
Indeed. Charles, is there anything from Grand Bahamas standpoint that you're doing, as development now, it seems the Grand Bahamas on the cusp of a development boom, what can you do to ensure that our local culture is preserved?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. So let me just give a little context here. I spoke earlier about a little bit about the port area and what it represents. So I'm going to put on the regulatory hat now, which is the GBPA. We administrate, we license, we manage, and we develop, approve all plans, all vertical, horizontal development occurring within the 232 square mile area known as the port area. There is a process. The GBPA is a one-stop shop as it relates to development or commerce happening within the port area. And within that suite of services, you have the environmental department, you have engineers in that department that speak to everything environmentally. We look at, from a development standpoint, 3 factors. The proposal must be commercially viable, it must be technically possible, and it must be legally compliant. Those 3 pillars are what we look through, the prism we look through when looking at any proposal coming, especially to the Grand Bahama Port area for development. Once it would have passed through that process, we then pass that on to our sovereign for their non-objection. That will be government, who gives it a stamp of approval for any development, large developments happening within the port area. But essentially, all proposals go through a series of boxes to tick to ensure that we are being responsible in development, sustainable development that not only provides economic uptick, but also takes regard for the social and the other components of our society for us to live in a quality community.
Good. Dr. Roll, I want to come to you. As CEO of the Chamber of Commerce, you are the voice of Bahamian businesses across the board. How do you see real estate investment shaping our national economic growth, and how is the Chamber working with businesses to support investment?
Great question. So the Chamber of Commerce and Employers Confederation does a number of things to ensure that businesses not only grow but also impact the economy. One of the things we do is provide investment opportunities. Those investment opportunities come by, as I mentioned before, international trade missions, not only externally but internally. Usually when a delegation comes to the Bahamas, one of the first stops they make is the Chamber of Commerce, and for obvious reasons. They want to understand how we can help them to access the businesses and services that we have in our portfolio. But our question always is, how can we access your market? What can we export to your market? How can our businesses work with your businesses to create a level of impact that goes beyond our borders? And it's so simple. I looked at the opportunity where we took 60 businesses to India. We were able to negotiate with the Indian government to have that entire delegation go free of charge. What that did was it exposed them to another market, but it also created linkages and opportunities in the Indian market and through the Bahamian businesses. So there were twice as many deals signed with local businesses as there were with the international businesses. And what that said to us was, you put a number of persons or like-minded individuals in the same room, you create an ecosystem and an environment where they can collaborate, and you have that networking and that opportunity where they can actually do business together. Another way we assist is through the development of strategic policies. So working with the government, working with stakeholders, working with partners to see where the gaps are, where there are challenges, where we can move forward, and how do we impact those challenges, or how do we impact that change. We also worked directly with entrepreneurs with development of themselves as well as their business. Why that's important is because an entrepreneur, when you create that ecosystem or environment and they can now collaborate with each other, it creates a level of economic impact, because now when you create that environment, let's say it's the real estate environment, and you create an environment for infrastructural development, that's a contractor that now has a job and a team, that's a real estate agent that has a team and a job, that's persons on the ground in terms of domestic workers, that's the quantity surveyors, and so that one example has a derivative or a ripple effect where there are multiple persons paying into the economy at once. And so we're huge proponents of simply creating the environment for businesses to flourish, and you will get the taxes, you will get the fees, you'll get the direct injection into the economy by virtue of creating that environment where they can then feed themselves and feed the economy.
Amazing. Charles, with the recent sale of the Grand Lucaya Hotel, Grand Bahama is trending. Having been a pivotal part of shaping the commercial landscape of Grand Bahama, what are the most active and promising sectors for investment right now?
Okay, so outside of real estate, what we have been promoting to the national and international market is sectors like logistics. Given, obviously, Grand Bahama's strategic location, I mean, in the main shipping routes, 60 miles off the eastern seaboard of Florida. You can actually swim to Grand Bahama, people. Next to the largest consumer market in the Western Hemisphere, we have pushed logistics. So if you want to come and do assembly, manufacturing in the port area, whatever you use to construct, erect, establish your business comes in duty-free. You have an inherent cost saving comparatively with anywhere else. We offer that. The maritime sector is also, we're seeing increasing interest in that sector as well. Digital services, tech hub. Freeport has been promoted as a place for tech hub. And so there are a lot of opportunities outside of real estate itself. And obviously, based on what is happening now, Carnival, largest cruise port ever, in the port area, on the island of Grand Bahama, Weller Development, a 5 to 10 year phase development project. Right. First phase has started. They tend to go vertical the last quarter of this year. And I have more to say, moderator, when you allow me, as it relates to the huge opportunities I referred to earlier.
Thank you for your insights. But you know what? Let's get into the meat and the potatoes now. No, let's talk about the why. Right? That's what I always like to ask. What's the why? Why the Bahamas? Why are investors coming? Investors have the right to go anywhere and invest anywhere in the world. Panel, maybe I'll start with you, Carla. What are some of the most appealing aspects of investing in the Bahamas?
Well, like I mentioned earlier, we are known for our sun, sand, and sea, so our climate is definitely an attraction. Chuck mentioned that we're 60 miles from Florida. Most of us, or 4 of us, came on direct flight yesterday, 1,100 miles, direct flight. We were in New York within 2.5 hours. So our proximity is huge. The stability of our government, huge. The incentives that one has when they want to invest in real estate, huge. We have, as I mentioned, 20 international airports, 3 fixed bases. We have general counsels and honorary counsels from all over the world resident. So no matter where you come from, whatever issue you may have, we have the availability to take care of you. And we have something for everyone on every island, depending on what it is you would like. And I have been to many places around the world. There's not anywhere else in this world that I would rather be than home.
Tommy Charles, Carla touched on it a bit. Are there any, or what is the value proposition for investing in Grand Bahama or Eleuthera?
Well, let me start with Eleuthera. At Jacks Bay, you can fly into Rock Sound International Airport, and it's a 10-minute drive to Jacks Bay. I like to say that your experience starts the minute you land in Eleuthera. And I find that even when I fly from Nassau to Eleuthera, the minute I land on the island of Eleuthera, it's like something just leaves my shoulder. Like
decompress.
It's a brave new world. And so you don't lose sight of the water for more than 3 minutes on any part of your drive from Rock Sound International Airport to Jacks Bay. You then get to Jacks Bay, and we welcome you on a bluff that's 85 feet above sea level. And as you stand on that bluff, overlooking the Atlantic Ocean, overlooking Jacks Bay, and in the distance you can see the Caribbean Sea. Eleuthera is only 1 mile wide. It's a very, very narrow island at its widest point. And to just decompress and to imagine that you can work in an environment like that. And so they come and say, are you really working here? and so the why is because, particularly after COVID, persons wanted a different lifestyle. They didn't want the stress of the 9 to 5. They wanted to create their own hours, create their own environment. Well, we've been able to do that in the islands of the Bahamas. And there are so many different opportunities. I'm promoting Eleuthera because that's where I'm at, but different islands have different attributes. And then Eleuthera has a very stable workforce. We're finding that in terms of the culture, the Eleutherans are coming back home from Nassau or elsewhere. And so we've been very, very fortunate in terms of being able to attract Eleutherans to work for us. And we're 95% Bahamian workforce, very skilled, very friendly. The why is there's no place better.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Turnquist, you've said exactly what I would have said, so I'm going to piggyback and just build on what you said. It's not by chance that the theme of this Bahamas Business and Investment Forum is Invest in Paradise. Why? Tourism is our #1 industry. People come to the Bahamas because they love it. When they leave, I imagine a conversation, hey, I have just visited paradise. I must go back. So paradise is the paramount reason people should invest in the Bahamas. All of what Tommy has said certainly applies to each and every island with its unique experience and opportunity to invest. I want to use these 4 words: live, work, play, and learn in paradise. Imagine you're in your office. In paradise, your office would be a lounge chair on miles of sandy beach, looking at turquoise waters, with an ease that that Tommy underscored. No stress-free environment. We now live in a global society where you can work remotely anywhere. You know, I got addicted to Zoom and virtual meetings, up top of dress, lower not dress, but hey, it's very convenient. And what I'm doing, I'm looking outside my window, and I find myself more productive, Mr. Ambassador, when I don't have the interruption of people knocking on my door. Mr. Pratt, no, I'm home, and I'm able to focus. Well, imagine that. So, stress-free environment in paradise. That is what we're selling.
Fantastic. So I've heard lifestyle, stable government, modern infrastructure, connectivity, political stability, tax-neutral destination, and stable workforce. And we mentioned earlier, and I think Carla mentioned it, we talked about how competitive the global investment environment is. What, or are there any specific incentives that the Bahamas offers to potential investors? Open to anybody.
So, I mean, if I speak to the port area, again, inherent in being and doing commerce in the port area, you are a licensee of the Grand Bahama Port Authority, and by virtue of that relationship, there are certain concessions that you enjoy within this free trade zone. And I encourage you, in case I miss out some points, to visit us at www.gbpa.com. And there you will find all the benefits for investing in the Freeport area. And when you invest in Freeport, you're investing in the Bahamas. So don't feel anyway that you're cheating the rest of the Bahamas. You are helping the Bahamas because we want the economic empowerment to occur in Freeport and spread organically to the rest of the archipelago. So there's that incentive. And as I put on the development hat from Grand Bahama Development Company, we have abundance of land. We're the largest single holder of land inventory, undeveloped, 78,000 acres in the Freeport area. Consists of beachfront, consists of waterfront, which are canal properties, and interior land. And we have a master plan for every inch of that. Right now, the level of infrastructure, if a value is placed on it, is $2 billion and can accommodate up to 250,000 people.
Good. So, Carla? Go ahead. We're talking about incentives that the Bahamas offers to potential investors.
Yes. So I do believe that Wendy Warren would have mentioned this in her presentation on panel 1. When I have seen, and I know that many of our members have seen, investors coming here and not only investing in a second home or a vacation home, but investing in the country. And that door is wide open, and people like the Chamber and other authorities can assist with that. But these are individuals that want to come to the Bahamas because they are passionate about our country. They see the beauty, they see the things that we see as Bahamians who love being at home. But they also appreciate that our financial services are very strong. I did want to mention, Gavin, that our compliance is extremely strong. And, you know, my industry has performed very well. We've upgraded our grading system with that, and we're very proud of that. And that contributes to every single member of my association. And so these are the things that we are looking forward to having conversations with. You don't just have to come and invest in a home and live there. We want you to be invested in our country. We want you to take care of your financial needs. We want to take care of every aspect of your life, and we have the availability to do so. And like my panelists said, we have an island for everyone.
As I scan the room, I see a lot of ladies and gentlemen in some very expensive suits, which means that there are some deep pockets. And so, Tommy, can you tell, in the event that any of them wish to invest in the Bahamas, what are some of the incentives like residency and or hotel encouragement? Can you touch on that a bit?
So there's the opportunity if you put your home in a rental program that you're able to exempt from real property tax. Our development is under a heads of agreement where we don't pay property tax. We have duty-free concessions on our building supplies, and so we're able to develop under the Family Island Development Act, under the Hotels Encouragement Act. There are an array of a suite of legislation that allows for investment in the Bahamas, but also the stability to provide, if you just wanted a second home, a third home, or fourth home, we're finding that some of our buyers, this is their fourth or fifth property. So the opportunity to take advantage of many of the legislation, and also the opportunity once you meet the threshold to get permanent residency is a huge factor. Now, the Bahamas doesn't offer citizenship as some of the Eastern Caribbean islands and others, but we find that the permanent residency serves many of our clients well.
So coming to you, Dr. Rule, as the private sector grows more involved in shaping national development strategies, the role of the Chamber becomes even more critical. What specific partnerships or initiatives is the Chamber currently pursuing to help expand access to capital, training, and opportunities for Bahamians businesses?
Great question. So at the Chamber of Commerce, we have a number of initiatives and partnerships, I believe wholeheartedly in collaboration. And so you see me collaborating with a number of organizations that can help our members to get to the next level. One of those organizations is the IDB. And so we're working closely with the IDB for training and developmental capacity for businesses and entrepreneurs, whether they be fledgling, we call them, or experienced entrepreneurs, such that they have a level of dedicated, data-driven training. They also have a level of support through financial access. We work totally hand in hand with my former boss and mentor, Samantha, at the Small Business Development Center. And what that does is it allows for entrepreneurs, one, to get a level of training, but also access to capital. That's one of the huge, largest kind of hurdles for a business owner when they don't have access to liquid capital, either to start or to expand their business. We're also working with international organizations and the Trade Commission, and that's important because we are developing a trade diversification policy. And what that means is we're looking for other avenues, especially with the looming threats of entrepreneurship and business, other avenues for our entrepreneurs to be able to access goods and services such that they can pass those savings on to consumers, and it lowers the cost while elevating the ease of doing business. And so there are a number of organizations internationally and locally that the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce continues to work with to better the lives of our entrepreneurs and, by extension, better the lives of Bahamians at large.
Fantastic. One thing we haven't touched on today is the big elephant in the room, and that's the trade and tariff wars. Rising interest rates, global supply chain shifts. How are these external factors affecting the Bahamas investment climate? It's open to the panel.
So we've been, of course, watching it. It hasn't affected us directly as yet, but we are concerned, we are watching it, primarily from the point of view that we're offering built product. And so we would sell you a home, a villa, and then over time, we would build it and you would pay us. And so, but the price is locked in at the beginning. And so all of our imports, we have to be careful that the price doesn't rise. But we've looked at different markets, but the majority of our supplies come out of the United States. We talked about the good connectivity in terms of logistics. You know, there's dock at Rock Sound, the dock at Governor's Harbor, both of which have direct access from South Florida and also Nassau. And so in terms of getting goods to the islands, it's been easy. But we have been concerned. We are watching it. It's still early days, but we're not unmindful of it.
Mr. Roll, has there been any effects to Grand Bahama?
Okay, so we obviously the concessions offered through being a licensee of the Port Authority may offset whatever tariffs have. But I should have made the distinction that what Grand Bahama, through the Grand Bahama Port Authority and Grand Bahama Development Company sells is vacant land, not developed properties as like the Turnquest and even some of the other real estate companies, but we deal in vacant land. So you have a canvas and you can come and master plan. We even go from fully serviced, shovel-ready sites to raw land, again, where you can master plan. So as you build, and if you're building obviously in the port area as a licensee of the Port Authority, you will benefit from the concessions offered. So whatever you use to, wherever you import it from, it comes into the port area duty-free. Savings for the prospective investor.
I think from a chamber standpoint, Garvin, what we've been able to do is turn those obstacles into opportunities. And so opportunities to collaborate with other spheres or other jurisdictions where we can import those goods and services at a lesser cost, but also an opportunity for entrepreneurs to work together collaboratively. So for instance, if I were to bring in, let's say, a pallet of goods or a container of goods on my own, I now share that cost with several entrepreneurs and bring in the same goods in that same one container, and then we split the cost and we can then do business together. And so what that's done is it's provided a level of kind of foresight into what's coming and how we circumvent or get around what's coming together as we continue to grow the business.
So we've covered a lot today, but before we end, panelists, in 1 minute, what is one big takeaway that you want investors to remember about the Bahamas in 2025 and beyond? I give you 1 minute, one takeaway, no pressure.
I would like investors to know that the Bahamas is, as my colleagues have already said, a very geographically desirable nation. It's a land of 700 islands and keys, very beautiful, but it's a metropolis that has the impetus for businesses to really grow and thrive. Entrepreneurship in the Bahamas is not easy, but it's not easy anywhere. And so once you have the ingenuity and genuine passion for what it is that you're doing, you have a strong financial services sector, you have a strong Bahamas Chamber of Commerce that you can become a member of immediately once you've launched your business in the Bahamas, and you have the strong backing of, as Carla would have mentioned, a very stable government, though it may change from time to time. The policies and procedures of the institution itself are bedrocked in what we would consider sustainability. And so come to a nation that's geographically desirable, where businesses thrive, and where entrepreneurs have the impetus to continue to grow.
Carla?
I would like to say that always use a licensed real estate agent. Like I said, we are a statute body, and it is the law that you must use a licensed agent. That agent can take care of you wherever you want to go, whatever your desires are, whatever you are looking for. We have something for everyone. We are a strong destination in terms of regulation, government, sustainability, availability. Thank you.
Tommy?
The takeaway I'd like to leave is for you to remember that Jack's Bay is an oasis for the soul. Let that sink in. Go onto our website, jacksbayclub.com, and the thing that I want to tell you is most persons that have looked at our website and then visited our property said, I thought that your website was AI generated. I didn't realize that this was the real thing. You have to come and visit and experience. We've curated an overall experience to enjoy the caves, the turtles, the blue holes, the water, the food, the experience, and to truly make it an oasis for the soul.
So our Prime Minister said that the Bahamas is ready and open for investment. The director of BIA came behind and endorsed that and said that the Bahamas is open and ready for investment. But I'm here to tell you, Grand Bahamas, specifically Freeport, is ready, ready, ready. To the degree that given the level of investments that are occurring on Grand Bahama right now, over a year ago, the Grand Bahama Development Company, that's the development company arm of it now, commissioned 2 reports. One from Ernst & Young, EY, and one from Edstone Spatial Planners, EDSA, to look at strategic development sites to leverage the level of investments occurring on Grand Bahama Island. So if you see me here after this forum today, I can tell you of no less than 5 sites over 400 acres in close proximity to these anchor developments, natural routes, a natural fit for the ready developer who are ready for shovel-ready sites and opportunity. Ernst & Young provided us from a marketing economic analysis what type of investments should be going on these sites, what time from now, Carnival is open in 6 weeks, to 10 years out should be going on those sites. Edstone came behind, interpreted those, provided visual concepts of vertical improvement, spatial planning of those sites. We're ready, 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 ready.
Charles. But I just want to say to Charles that EDSA also did the master plan for Jacksonville.
As about to ask Charles, where do I sign? I want to thank our panelists for your insights and your perspectives. It is clear that the Bahamas isn't just a beautiful destination, but also a strategic place to do business. As our Prime Minister mentioned this morning, in a global world of uncertainty, the Bahamas offers clarity. We hope this conversation has sparked new ideas, helped clarify the process, and opened the door to future partnerships. Once again, thank you again for joining us this morning, and the Bahamas is open for business. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us give the panelists for panel discussion 3 another round of applause as they leave the stage at this time. We will now proceed with our networking lunch, and we are asking that everyone proceed to the J.P. Morgan room, which is directly across the foyer area, where a buffet-style lunch will be served. And we ask you to return to this meeting space for the networking lunch, and also so that we can hear remarks from the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Frederick Mitchell. So we kindly ask that you proceed now to the J.P. Morgan room and return to the meeting space. Thank you. and gentlemen, particularly those of you in the foyer area, if you can please join us here in the meeting room as we prepare to hear from the Honorable Frederick Mitchell, Minister of Foreign Affairs. We ask you to please be seated. And just a reminder of those who will remain in the foyer area, if you can kindly remain silent as the minister speaks so that we can give him all our undivided attention. At this time, it is my pleasure to invite to the podium the Honorable Frederick Mitchell, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, who will come now and address this networking luncheon. Again, we ask for your undivided attention at this time as the minister comes to speak. Please let us welcome him.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies all. It is my special privilege to be here. Can I get that phone there, please, sir? Thank you. This afternoon, and I want to start off by thanking Ambassador Jones and his team out of Washington, D.C., plus the Consul General here in New York for organizing what is the second forum of this kind. I was kindly asked to speak at a similar forum in Washington, D.C. a short while ago. And for me, as the chief diplomat and the flag bearer of our country overseas, it is always a privilege and honor to witness the pride with which Bahamians have for their country. That is the starting point for what we show to the world. We are extremely proud and patriotic of our product, of our country, of our people, and our culture. And we defend that culture and we display that pride wherever we go. It is always a wonderful experience to travel in the most exotic places in the world, and you pass through an airport and a Bahamian gives you a hail as you're passing through the airport. When I was running for office in 2002 for the first time, or being elected for the first time, I made the point in our Blueprint for Change, or its predecessor at that time, that one of the principles upon which our foreign policy was based was set by former Prime Minister, our founding Prime Minister, Lyndon Pindling, who said that we were to be friends with all nations and enemies of none. And the result was that whenever someone held up that Bahamian passport as they moved around the world, they would say, without let or hindrance, come in, pass by. And that remains our creed today, to make it easier for Bahamians to pass around the world and thus exchange their ideas and promote our country to those people that we meet overseas. We have engaged in the last 4 years since we returned to office in 2021 in a series of expansions across the world, including increasing our non-resident corps, increasing the number of honorary consuls we have in the United States, and consuls general in the United States. And that is because we want to have an outreach to our diaspora, but we also want to form the basis of promotion of international trade for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And when you come to any one of these centers, and when you interchange with any of the people that you meet at these centers, they should be duly equipped with the knowledge about what the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is and what we present to the world. And we've had a long history of this. I was reading up shortly before coming here that in 1851, the then government passed what was called the Tourism Encouragement Act. And through that act, the Tourism Encouragement Act of 1851, there was an agreement made with the Cunard steamship line in New York, and that agreement was for passages from New York City for tourists to come to the Bahamas, and ended up also with an agreement to build what was then called the Royal Victoria Hotel, which had 221 rooms, and the idea was it was really to start tourism, because the Bahamas was known as the Isle of June, and this was a place where if health tourism was important, you could come, it was warm, the sun always shone. So that is the kind of start of the modern tourism era. And then you have, of course, the investment made by Mr. Flagler in 1900 in the construction of what later became the British Colonial Hotel, and which still stands today as the British Colonial. There was also an agreement with the Munson shipping line, which agreement fell away in 1937. So there's a history of this relationship between American capital and Bahamian capital and Bahamian interests and Bahamian labor. And that is a long history. And notwithstanding what you may hear going in the air, the fact is the United States remains the major trading partner of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And as such, most investment in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas comes from the United States of America. And when you think about it, it's only natural that that should be, because Bimini is just 50 miles off the coast of Miami. If you spend the night in Bimini and you wake up 10 o'clock or so in the night, and you look across the water, you can see the glow of the lights of Miami across the sea. Similarly, the settlement of West End in Grand Bahama is 48 nautical miles away from West Palm Beach. And as a result of the closeness geographically, there's also been a history of migration of Bahamians to South Florida. And today, Bahamians spend, I'm advised, something like $1.1 billion in the South Florida economy annually. And this includes food, clothing, the inputs for the tourism sector. So trade has been good between us and good for both the United States and the Bahamas. In fact, the late Cleveland Edius tells a story, or told a story, because he's the late Cleveland Edius. There was a man named Turner Shelton who was the Consul General of the United States in the Bahamas. And he met a man on Bay Street who was very upset about the fact that he didn't get his visa to go to the United States. And he gave a long explanation to the consul, and the consul said, well, you know, it's a different country, the rules are such and such. And the man replied, but I don't want to go to the United States, I only want to go to Miami. So the view is, we're kith and kin, and that is home. And there's no reason to think that that relationship will change either in the short term or the long term. We've just had a series of meetings with the State Department and with State Department officials to discuss, even in the new climate, where we are. I'd like to say, however, some of the places that we are now in the United States. Joining us here is Joy Newbold, who's Consul General in Los Angeles, and this just happened within the last year, so welcome her. Atlanta, Miami, Houston, I think Lyndon is here, and Denver, of all places, and there's also New York, Toronto, and we have a High Commission in Canada, and we have embassies in China, Geneva, Brussels, London, and we recently opened 2 consuls general offices in Trinidad and Tobago and in Jamaica. We also have now an embassy in the United Arab Emirates. And I want to stick a pin there with the United Arab Emirates for a minute, because we also have our non-resident ambassador here, Taran Maki, who's sitting there, who serves us in Bahrain and in Kuwait. We decided maybe 10 years ago that the Bahamas is in search of capital. And the 2 places of surplus capital that we knew about were the Middle East and China. And so there was a specific outreach to those 2 places. It's been a long time developing, but ultimately, earlier this year, we opened an embassy in Abu Dhabi, which is headed by Tony Judy, and there are a host of Bahamians who live, if you can believe that, in the UAE today. And this has opened up lots of possibilities for trade and for capital accumulation. The Foreign Ministry, therefore, as the flag bearer, is the door that opens up to the Bahamas. And when you come to the Bahamas, you will find that we have put in place a regime which is meant to be transparent and easy to understand and to navigate. Sitting with me earlier this morning was the director of the Bahamas Investments Authority, who is Mrs. Felicia Woods. And this is the agency which is responsible for accepting applications for foreign investment. And this goes ultimately to the National Economic Council, which is a subcommittee of the cabinet. And then the decisions are passed on, and throughout the systems that we have, they follow through. What we find is our role with the Foreign Ministry is when people run into snags, for example, and there always will be snags, the Foreign Ministry is the place you come to and say, look, this has become an issue. Can you give someone a call and get this sorted out? And generally speaking, we're able to sort out any issues which arise. So please bear that in mind as you think about and invest in the Bahamas, that we are both the front door and we are also the back door to trying to get things sorted out. We're also very proud of our young people. We have an amazing population of young people who are well trained. And again, one of the stars of the show in this generation is a young lady, Ms. Bo, who just went into space. And sometimes I don't pay attention to this, but I was very interested on the day that the journey took place, the number of young people who were glued to their TV sets to see her accomplish that feat. And we're very proud of her having done that. She's well trained, and she's not the only one. We have another Bahamian who's working in the labs of NASA in Pasadena out in California. And that's just 2 examples of the well-trained workforce which we have. And they too are equally as proud of the country that they have. P.J. Patterson, who is the former Prime Minister of Jamaica, and just celebrated back in April his 90th birthday, came to Nassau maybe 15, 20 years ago, and he gave a speech. And in that speech, he was talking about the economy that can be built on branding, sports, and culture, which I think today has the rubric, the Orange Economy. And he gave the story of Bob Marley's estate, I think he said at the time, which is the 3rd highest earning estate of royalties after, I think, Michael Jackson and maybe Elvis Presley or the Beatles. And he said this was just but one example of how in the new economy, people in the Caribbean can invest in their own brands and attract capital to themselves and promote their own interests. So Prime Minister Davis and the government, the larger government, adopted this as one of our principles. And we've announced over the last year significant investments in the cultural aspects of our country, including our major cultural activity, which is Junkanoo. We've invested and announced in a performing arts school. We've invested in the Dundas, which is an existing performing arts school. And the whole idea is to promote artistry. Similarly, Mr. Patterson talked about the fact that the athlete Usain Bolt, with his 2 legs, was able at the end of his run as an Olympic athlete to be worth net $20 million by branding and by the athletic skills which he had. And I was impressed again on the night that what we call the Golden Knights won their award, the gold medal in London. The number of young people who were, again, glued to their television sets, and young people looking at those young men and the women before them in Australia can say to themselves, I can do that. And we want to be in a position where we encourage young people to say, I can do that. And fortunately for us, we have a leader who's built in the factor that he is committed to the younger people of the country, investment in the country, and the examples of these young diplomats is but another set of examples of how that policy has been important for the development of our country. And going forward, as we expand our network of diplomatic posts across the world, it will be the younger people of the country who will be carrying out these responsibilities. So what always impressed me about China when I went to China was that when you landed in any government office, you will see people who are in their 30s and 40s. But if you pull the curtain behind, there's someone 60 and 70 behind the curtain. So that's our model. The younger people are the ones who will be in front, carrying the banner for our country. We have, as part of our policy also, a policy of trying to develop visa-free passage for Bahamians around the world. I've already talked about the passport. We just introduced 2 weeks ago a new land registration bill and a land adjudication bill. This is going to revolutionize the whole practice of conveyancing in the Bahamas. That's one of the factors that investors often complain about, is how arcane the laws on property transfers are. Once these are passed and there's now registered land in the Bahamas, this should make it all much, much simpler, much easier, and quicker. So I look forward to that coming into force. It has been a special privilege and honor for me this is my 33rd consecutive year at Parliament, to craft the public policy of the Bahamas and its interface in particular with the outside world. The world has been very kind to us, and I think of stories like sitting in the Ministry of Tourism of the Kingdom of Morocco. And as we sit down, the Minister of Tourism starts off by saying, it's better in the Bahamas. So obviously, we did our job there. And one day I was passing through the customs and inspection area here in New York, and I took the passport out, and he looked at the passport, and he says, why are you looking unhappy? You're living in paradise. And I told him, I agree. And that's the reputation which the country has. Tourism has been the way that most people get introduced to our country. And when they come to the country, they find that they love the place. It's physically beautiful. And they also have a good interface with the people of the country. And that's the starting point. Come to the Bahamas. You like who we are and what we stand for. And remember that in the policy of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, it is, we are, as Prime Minister Pindling said, we are friends of all and enemies of none. I thank you for listening attentively to me this afternoon. I wish you all the best in your deliberations, It is better in the Bahamas, and I hope to see you all in Nassau one day. Thank you. God bless. I meant to tell you why I jumped out of a window and missed my step. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Thank you, Minister Mitchell, for those remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with our third and final panel for today's Business and Investment Forum. And just as a reminder, tomorrow we're here, same space at 9:30 a.m. for day 2, where we will focus on the Blue and Orange Economies of the Bahamas. So we invite you to return tomorrow, same space at 9:30, to be a part of those discussions. For panel 3, ladies and gentlemen, with the topic Opportunities for Global Economic Investments, I now invite to the podium our moderator, Edison Sumner, who's the principal for Sumner Strategic Partners. He will come now and introduce the distinguished panelists for panel 3 this afternoon. Let us welcome him as he comes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We know that usually after lunch we've got to fight a little harder to hold your attention. So I'm going to ask you, please, and I think we are starting just a few minutes off schedule, but we want to stick to the timeline. Well, this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to thank Ambassador Jones and the staff of the embassy here for putting together a wonderful panel and a wonderful conference today. And certainly the sessions already today have been very enlightening, and I'm glad that I was here to be a part of it. So let's please just give
in Freeport. So leveraging that asset a lot more is going to be very beneficial to the Bahamas. There's a lot of nearshoring opportunities where a person's now can set up shop in the Bahamas to distribute to neighboring regions, both domestically, even back to the U.S., as well as service Central America and other parts of the region.
Okay, thank you. Sam, this is the other part of the same first question. When you think about the Bahamas' position in the global investment landscape, what unique opportunities or barriers, advantages, looking at the good, bad, and the ugly, what are the advantages and some of the barriers that you see facing us today as a country, not granular, but just, yeah, country-wise?
I think about the Bahamas' value proposition in the first instance, and we would have heard a bit of it early on. You know, you mentioned location. I think that's critical. Our economic strength. And then you also need to think about our natural resources. And so I think we're very well positioned in the global economy. When we think about some of the untapped opportunities and industries, yes, we know tourism is our #1 industry, but there's certainly opportunities within the tourism space itself. And so when you think about sustainability and when you think about ecotourism, right? There's the family island development. And so there is a product or a market for the product of ecotourism lodges. There is a product in terms of fly fishing. And so we own some of the best flats in the world. And so I think we are very well positioned. It's just a matter of capitalizing on the existing opportunities that are there.
Brian?
Right, as we look on the global landscape and how the Bahamas really fits into it, you know, the Bahamas is a well-known international financial center. We've proven over decades that we can offer stability, but at the same time, we've also proven agility, right, in this space, where we see the regulations on a global scale moving very rapidly. And being a small nation, while that could be a perceived limitation or barrier, it really gives us the ability to be very agile, and as a matter of fact, we can leapfrog some of our larger competitors in terms of the way we can advance. And so we do have some opportunities that are coming out of crisis. Speaking of which, you know, one of the, I guess, perceived barriers as well would be the fallout that we had from the collapse of FTX, where, you know, essentially there was a negative perception resulting from that. However, the Bahamas has proven in the aftermath of that crisis that we are very resilient, that the legislation, the rule of law is very sound and reliable. And beyond that, as a small nation, we've proven that we can turn crisis into reform. And we're continuing to build upon that. The evidence is absolutely there. The industry has grown, almost tripled in terms of the number of licensees under the DARE Act in the digital asset space. And so we continue to innovate, and we want to essentially make sure that everyone is aware of these opportunities and how we're turning crisis into opportunity once again.
All right, excellent. I want to talk to you a little more about that whole perception issue later on in the conversation. But another part of this question for you guys is that when you look at, and Sam, you mentioned some of the industries a moment ago, but let me ask you a question. I'll start with you, Sebastian, on the other end. What sectors in the country do you think are most ripe for international investment? And this is really a question for you guys in the room as well who are considering investing in the Bahamas. What sectors do you think are most ripe for international investment, and how can we as a country attract more global capital to support those areas?
I think two industries come to mind with that question. I think the first one spins off from something the minister said about the origin of the Hotels Encouragement Act. As you know, real estate development and infrastructure development and those kind of things have always been reliable sources of sound investments. When you look at the Bahamas, I think one of the biggest advantages is our brand equity, right? It's a brand. I mean, just like how you could slap Gucci or Dior on a shirt and sell it for $5,000 when it's made for 10. The Bahamas has that type of brand equity that we could slap it on a development or anything. People want to come into Bahamas. The Prime Minister said, and he was rightfully in saying that you know, we have a stable, we have a sound government, we have a you know, an infrastructure and the rule of law that you can depend on, so you're not building your investment on sand. The other industry is, I know we passed I think legislation, and forgive me if I'm butchering what it's called, but it's the Regenerative and Therapies Act, I think, that was passed back in September of last year. That's going to pave the way and open up a whole other industry in medicine where big pharmaceutical companies as well as clinics and doctors and things get these breakthrough medications on the shelves and a clinical trial with patients. We all have some loved one in our lives that is suffering from some illnesses that there's a cure for. And because of the bureaucracy of, and by way of, you know, the safety guardrails historically you would want when you're putting medicine on the shelf, which takes probably from the time the breakthrough happened, takes about 12 years until they start actually administering it. We see the technology and the advancements in technology and how we're able to analyze and harvest this data to really figure out what the true outcomes or replications are of these medicines. And being able to analyze the data faster means we can get these medicines and clinical trials made available faster, and that act actually benefits that very, very well. So I think that space is very ripe for picking. At the end of the day, you can have everything in the world, but if you don't have your health, you have nothing. And I think that industry, we all need our health. We all will be sick one day. And I think that type of legislators is very, very advanced. And this is how we continue to diversify ourselves alongside our #1 industry, which is tourism.
All right, so real estate, health, and the health sectors, correct, in your view. Sam, from your perspective, you mentioned a couple industries later, but which ones do you think would be more attractive to the foreign investor coming in, where we're able to attract capital, and also talk about it from your small business perspective, and what industries do you think would best benefit the small business community in the country?
Okay, so I think, you know, when you think about the industries as well as the attracting investors, right, international investment into the Bahamas, I think you may have to marry a few things. So you would then need to marry what we already have. So I mentioned the natural resources. I think, to be very plain speaking, I think we take that for granted at times. And what I mean by that is, let's think about our natural resources, but let's pair that with something that may be eco-friendly, considering that that's a rise in terms of our industry today. So let's think about branding skincare. But when we have a skincare product, perhaps we want to use sea grapes or the conch shell powder, right? That's a uniqueness that we have. And we can take that, pair that with the health and wellness aspect in terms of that industry. But these are certain things that can be produced, can be well packaged and branded, and it's Bahamian made and owned. I think we take those types of things for granted. Another concept I would consider is, I mentioned earlier, the eco-lodges. That's, again, for those eco-conservative friendly individuals or investors. I think that's key. We go to the Family Islands and we look in awe, even I do it from time to time, I just came back from Exuma, of our pristine waters. And could you imagine developing an eco-lodge, again, tying in the real estate aspect of it, but then also from the environmental perspective. So you create these spaces that go beyond, what you may see skyscrapers or well-established hotel brands, but you have these more eco-friendly, more pristine. You can go onto the flats from a fly fishing perspective. And so these are some of the products that I do believe investors are looking for, because it is unique to the Bahamas, and it is unique compared to any other, I believe, perhaps overly crowded global market, just to name a few things.
Yeah. So I heard Exuma was called several times today. I must admit that they must be the second most beautiful island in the country.
Second? I'm sorry?
Yeah, we reserve number one. I'll tell you that is later. James, from your perspective, given your experience in transportation and finance, where do you see the greatest global investment opportunities exist in transportation and logistics in the Bahamas or for the Bahamas?
Well, I think we have to put in the context of the global uncertainty that we are witnessing and sort of the trend towards self-resilience. And I think, the amount of how import-driven our country is, yet who controls the shipping lines that bring in all of the goods that the Bahamas is dependent on. And so the Bahamas has dodged a couple bullets in recent months. We've had a threatened ILA strike, and Bahamian businesses and importers have no input on which port in the United States that those vessels would have called at and whether or not those ports were unionized. Next, we had the Bahamas would have been, again, collateral damage to this threatened Chinese ban on vessels. Chinese vessels is like, whether or not to use Chinese vessels is absolutely not in the control of the Bahamian importer to pick. And so for something that is so critical to the daily lives of all Bahamians, I think we've all experienced, if the boat's late, you check the date on the food when you go to the store. That's not a concern in the U.S., but it's front and center for us, and I think it's something that should be on the mind of sort of the country in terms of protecting ourselves on a go-forward basis on an increasingly uncertain future.
While we're on that topic, just a follow-up question for you. What lessons would you say can be learned or have been learned from international capital markets that could be leveraged to make Bahamian maritime and transportation projects more attractive to the foreign investor, given some of the challenges you just highlighted?
Part of that is making the Bahamas is not the biggest economy in the world. It's not the biggest country in the world. But institutional capital is looking for projects of a certain scale. I think earlier we heard from Dr. Leo Roll about how his members were consolidating shipments into a single container. So we need to take that a step bigger. Now we're consolidating containers aboard a single vessel, because if institutional capital has to track down each of the importers and try and say, is there a business case if I sum all of these small parts together that meets the minimum requirement of my investment threshold to be interested? And generally these funds are saying, if it's $10 million, it's too small. If it's $20 million, it's too small. $50 million, too small. The projects have to be big enough in nominal dollar scales to attract institutional capital.
Okay. Let's shift quickly in a second. I want to come back and tie that part in later on, but let's shift to technology for a quick moment. Brian, both you and Sebastian involved in some aspect of technology. Right, Sebastian more so in e-commerce, etc., but you were certainly at the forefront of what's been happening with the digital currency and the digital space. What would you say the Bahamas has made? The Bahamas has made headlines recently with its early embrace of digital assets. Where do you see the next wave of global investment opportunities in the sector?
Right. So I think the next wave is in relation to the convergence of what we consider traditional assets and digital assets, right? And this is really, when Bitcoin first came out, we're talking about 2009. It seemed like some nebulous concept that it wouldn't really catch on. but now we see that, it's a $3 trillion market that really has legs, right? However, the traditional world of finance and the digital asset space is almost like oil and water to a large extent, and it requires an integral layer of infrastructure that can interconnect the two, right? And I think that's really where the opportunity lies, where you have professional firms such as Agio out there filling this gap, right? So, for example, you have one new, I would say, high potential avenue for facilitation of financial services using digital assets. Merging that with traditional assets is the use of stable coins, okay? And so this is a concept very simple to understand, where you have fiat currency, $1 equals 1 token. What's novel about this concept is that it operates in a decentralized manner, meaning that the rails that the money travels on, it goes direct, peer-to-peer. It's just much more convenient, and it's much more cheap and faster to facilitate. Whereas if you compare that to traditional rails, these are centralized in silos and only cover certain markets, and they leave many individuals on the sidelines, on the fringes of society, that are essentially excluded. And so we see a push for financial inclusion. This broadens economic opportunities and opens it up for those on the sidelines. And what gets much more interesting is when we talk about real assets now becoming digitized, right? The ability to have fractionalized investments in lumpy assets like real estate, private equity, where there's a huge barrier to entry for the average investor, right? These types of investment opportunities were typically reserved for what we call institutional investors, right? The pension funds, insurance companies, corporations, et cetera. Now, with these assets being brought onto the blockchain, allowing for fractionalized, so very smaller investment opportunities to come to the fore, we're now seeing a broader diversification of investment opportunities globally, and the Bahamas sitting as a very small country, but we play a big role on a global stage as an international financial center. The convergence of real assets and digital assets is now something that's going to increase the velocity of money, right, and the allocation of capital across the planet. And so this is something I would say that the next wave is pretty exciting as we see this convergence occurring.
Excellent. Sebastian, the follow-up question on that would be, in your view, also operating in the technology space, is how do you see emerging technologies, like what Brian just spoke about with digital assets, but also in the area of e-commerce, changing the investment landscape in the Bahamas and perhaps even the wider Caribbean region?
Well, I have a conviction with that question, so I'm going to lean on the left side of my conviction. First and foremost, before we can talk about what benefits technology would bring to the Bahamas, we need to start with the foundation. I think the greatest benefit technology, the greatest benefit and opportunity we have in the area of technology is we have to first invest in the human capital of our citizens to make them technology competent, first and foremost, right? Then, with a smart nation, they can then build these various technologies for us to export. We don't need to import technology. We need to be exporters of technology, because technology is exportable. It's not a tangible thing. We import technologies every day of our lives. We use Google Mail. Google isn't in the Bahamas. We use Amazon. Amazon isn't in the Bahamas. All of those are technologies that we import. So we need to be exporters of technology, not importers of technology. And we can also be importers of technology, but the reason why I say we need to start from the foundation is because even when some of the biggest companies want to do business within our shores, they need help. They need technicians. They need smart people so that they can hire when they set up shop in the Bahamas to be key stakeholders or champion of their vision to carry out what it is that they want to do. So it all starts with education. Without education, you know, we're just hypothesizing of what can be, and we're going to miss the actual opportunity.
All right. I would hate to ask what's on the right side of your conviction. But let me follow through with that, though, because you talked about some concerns that you have. But in that same space, what would you say are the most significant barriers in the global investors' mindset who are looking to invest in the Bahamas in the areas of technology, e-commerce? We talked about the education and getting our citizens more trained up with the technology, but what do you see as being some of the other barriers to entry for investors coming in that space?
I don't think we have a lot of barriers. Listen, like every government, we have our fair share of things taking a little bit longer than they should, but I think we have a very progressive outlook and as to what we want to see in the type of businesses we'd love to be in our shore. I think for an investor looking in, he knows that obviously there's going to be a requirement to hire Bahamian talent as well, and I think looking in, they would want to make sure that sufficient amount of that talent is made available. So in the absence of them being able to detect that and probably thinking that, you know, they'll be forced to, or encouraged to is a better word, to hire Bahamian talent, they might see that as I'm willing to, but I need to see where that is. Other than that, I think the country kind of knows where it wants to go, and there's a bunch of different variations that we can take versions we can take to get there. I just think that we need to just couple our aspirations with the resources, you know, again, harping on it, which is our human capital, to actually achieve those things.
Okay. Let's stick with technology for just a little while longer, Brian. We talked earlier about the FTX issue, and that experience would have left an impression on a lot of people's minds about this new space in digital, in the digital space. What would you say would be some of the biggest misconceptions internationally that investors and others might have about the digital assets space in the Bahamas, and how can we address those misconceptions?
Certainly. Well, I would say first off, you know, coming out of that terrible collapse, there's a lot of, I would say, misconceptions across the board in relation to whether or not the legislative framework was adequate. You know, fingers were pointed left and right, and I think, you know, as I mentioned before, as the process played out, the level of transparency that we saw within the legislative environment as well as the regulatory proved that the legislation wasn't only adequate, it gave the regulators sufficient teeth from an enforcement standpoint, right? That led to you know, a very robust process, and on top of that, the legislation, we were able to identify certain areas that needed buffering, right? That allowed us to actually modernize at a faster rate. As a matter of fact, the legislation was actually already under review at the time, right? And the reason of that is because the space moves so quickly. I would say, you know, a week in the world of crypto or digital assets is equivalent to 6 months to a year in traditional finance. And so while the regulatory environment is perpetually in catch-up mode, and this is something that I think regulators around the world, you know, they have to just accept as a matter of fact, the close collaboration between the industry participants and the regulatory environment, the regulators themselves, allowed us to actually respond very swiftly. And so we're proud to say that the the new Digital Assets Act that was promulgated in 2024 is one of the most robust in the world at the moment. And again, it's going to continually be under review so that we can maintain our edge at the leading edge of innovation. And as it relates to the future, right? As we move forward, we're seeing that we're starting to attract major players in the space. So confidence has actually been restored to a great extent, even though perhaps broad perception still might be catching up. And so it's important that we engage publicly and have these discussions, so that, and also allow people to ask questions and clarify their own doubts and concerns, right? And that's what we're here for today.
All right, you mentioned regulations, regulatory environment, regulators, et cetera. If I were to come back to you, James, and ask you a question about regulation for example, in the shipping and logistics industry, the maritime sector, transportation, what regulatory or infrastructure changes would you think would most help the Bahamas to compete globally in the maritime sector, in the shipping industry? If there's anything that you would look at as a regulatory environment, and if there were to be changes to attract more attention globally, what would they be in your mind?
Shipping is a hard industry to regulate, just given its global nature. You have ships that are traveling all over the world. They are registered in places all over the world. So ultimately the regulatory body for that is a division of the United Nations called the International Maritime Organization. So the regulations is challenging to address. But I think if we think about sort of protecting sort of the natural beauty of the Bahamas and sort of pair that with the momentum that is going on in that regulatory body at the UN around environmental efficiency and making vessels less polluting, I think that's something that the Bahamas would be well advised to be at the forefront of, because the last thing we want is to see smokestacks over our beautiful beaches. And so we're seeing developments on new fuel types. LNG is probably the most widely adopted of these lower emission fuels. And so if we start to think about maybe Freeport, in addition to being a hub for container ships and other things, become a bunkering hub for LNG. Some of those things are underway already, and perhaps if we think about what type of regulations could be impactful at the country level, that could be something that could be fostered and encouraged.
Okay, thank you. Sebastian, coming back to you for a quick second. In your role, you're not only an entrepreneur, you're now operating in the diplomatic space as well. How do you see the role of government facilitating foreign direct investment while ensuring benefits for local communities, and how vital is public-private collaboration in building investor trust and confidence and creating a broadly beneficial opportunities for... Let me break it down?
Say that again. That's
all
a
right.
question.
I'm appealing to your right side now. Come on. All right. Let me break it in two sections for you.
Yeah, that was loaded.
First part of the question, as a diplomat, how do you see the role of government facilitating foreign direct investment in the Bahamas in partnership with the international community?
Okay, I think that would start with, just dusting off our national development plan, right? And make sure there's a direct correlation between what our national 10, 20-year development plan that should drive our actual policy, and then that policy should be the solicitation mechanism of foreign direct investment, so that there's linkages between the two. I think we have a very long way to go in if you're talking about development of our country, both through infrastructure, construction, other developments that have spin-off direct and indirect economic benefits. I think if we can package in the form of our national development plan these various types of developments we want to see developed over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, and make sure that whoever we're soliciting and encouraging and incentivizing, whether it's through tax benefits or economic permanent residencies, to make sure that that incentive is tied to development that's linked to a national development plan. And then we create this kind of a flywheel where everything is synchronized and not just happening in these micro pieces that have no linkages to others. So if you want an affordable home program, then that should be a part of your national development plan that drives a policy like the ministers talked about. Then what the objective was, the Hotel Encouragement Act back then, which was to incentivize the development of hotels by virtue of concessions and tax breaks, etc. Imagine a world where we take the success of that and dust it off and just repackage it. I see a world where we can have a Development Encouragement Act that's designed to achieve the same thing the Hotels Encouragement Act was designed to achieve, but instead of incentivizing persons to build hotels, we're incentivizing them to build affordable homes and giving them tax credits and concessions. We're incentivizing them to build hospitals and giving them concessions. So the burden is no longer on the government exclusively, because that ties the private sector squarely through policy linked to a national development plan, and the outcome is it's a flywheel, it just never stops. So if we can develop a concept like that, it's like flowers, everybody wins.
So you mentioned, interestingly, you didn't put them together, but you mentioned public sector, you mentioned private sector. What do you think is the importance or relevance, if any, of a public-private partnership approach to getting business done in the country and attracting foreign direct investors? And are there opportunities, in your view, for public-private partnerships in foreign direct investment opportunities in the country?
Absolutely. I think we should be agnostic to where the investment coming from. We should encourage domestic investors, foreign direct investors. It's all about the what. So what is it that we want to achieve? What is it that we want to build? And if you build that in such a way where it's come one, come all, I think any investor, foreign or domestic, is using the same methodology to determine if this is something that I want to invest in. A foreign direct investor is not putting it under any less scrutiny than a domestic investor. So we package these things, like I said, that's linked to a plan, that's it's incentivizing to both foreign and domestic, and I think you would have the line wrapped around the building for persons wanting to invest in these various things. So, the biggest opportunity is leveraging our attractiveness as a destination, creating these investments that can package in and creating these investments turnkey, instead of waiting for someone to jump off the plane, find out the opportunity themselves, apply to get an HEA or whatever, and then develop it. If we could see where it is that we want to go, we could pre-package the opportunities. So when we come back here next year, we're going to have tangible investments to say that this is available, this is available, this is available, this is available, and foreign and domestic, because we have investors that are local as well. And I think that the attractiveness would just, it'll be inevitable how we can achieve those things.
All right. Let's stick with the regulatory environment for a moment, Brian. And we talked earlier about the DARE Act. We heard about it earlier as well from Gail and Christina from the Securities Commission. How can the Bahamas balance the need for robust regulations and being able to remain agile, that is required, to lead in the fintech and the digital innovation age? And the second part of the question is, what advice would you give to policymakers now that will ensure that we remain competitive, but also to remain safe as a jurisdiction for that kind of an investment?
You want to break that in half?
Break it in half for you too? We got plenty left and right sides today. So the first question, well, let me just deal with the second part of the question. What advice would you give, given that we've already instituted the DARE Act? You've talked about the impressions that what some would have had coming out of the FTX situation. What advice would you give policymakers now that will allow us as a jurisdiction to remain competitive while also ensuring the safety of the investments in the jurisdiction, right? Essentially, fully dispelling all the myths out there about investing in the digital assets space, whether it's domestic or international.
Certainly, if we continue doing what we're doing and do it in a much more collaborative way, I think we'll continue to stay at the forefront here. And so one of the key areas that we need to accelerate to make sure we stay at the forefront would be education. We need to make sure that the participants in the industry are really cognizant of the risks that are out there, the real risks, and are paying attention to risk mitigation factors, right? And so this really relates to developing a culture of compliance while at the same time being forward-looking in our approach, right? And so in doing that, we have to make sure that the existing industry participants are really on top of things. However, we need to train our up-and-coming talent and ensure that they're focused on the right things. And so this, the collaborative approach that we currently have, it bodes well. We have a number of working groups where we engage in dialogue. The industry is encouraged to actually bring forth ideas for legislative reform within, for example, the Bahamas Financial Services Board, where I served as a director for over 8 years. I led the funds working group for a period of time there, as well as I started the FinTech working group back in 2018. And education was our main thrust back then. But what we did is we wrote the first white paper on proposing the regulation of digital assets in the Bahamas, which laid a foundation for broad engagement between regulators and private sector, right? And that set the stage. We brought in international consultants, right, to make sure that we had a world view, and we were making sure that best practices, while at the time the industry was so novel, we were trying to figure out what were the best practices, right? And we had to prove them over time. So now we can build on that experience that we've engineered within our small country and leverage that on a global scale, right, to remain agile.
All right, thank you so much. I'll ask the moderator, please let me know when my first hour is up so we can start our second hour of discussions. But just give me a time so I don't run over our time. Sorry? All right, I'm sorry I asked you that question, but thank you very much. Let's move then so we can get this to wrap. Sam, you've been exposed to a lot going on around the region and the roles that you have held. And the question I want to ask for you is, if you look at your audience right now, right, just scan your audience and consider this question: what role does innovation play in making the Bahamian entrepreneurship globally competitive? And if you were to make an appeal to this audience right now, what support would you say is missing in developing the SME space to be able to compete globally?
Wow, welcome to the left side. That's a question.
So I mean, listen, scan your audience and say, if I were to ask for an appeal now for support to help my SME sector grow and to make them more competitive globally, what would that be?
Okay.
You got like a 30-second pitch.
Boy, let's try this, because we talk about, having the elevator pitch with our entrepreneurs. So I would say, one, we talk about innovation. So I would appeal to a number of the agencies, such as Labor, Ministry of Tourism. I'm sure we have the digital unit in here somewhere. And I would ask for collaboration. I would ask for collaboration because I agree with Sebastian in terms of making sure that our populace is technology savvy and competent. That's number one. So then they would embrace technology. It would help with, where we incorporate various mechanisms for payments, where we are able to incorporate e-commerce fintech platforms. And so we have the artisans in Red Bay's Andros, right, who can sell their products, authentically Bahamian straw products. So I would appeal from that perspective. I would then also ask that the investors in the room take an opportunity to look at some of our nurtured entrepreneurs and small businesses. I say that because I know that we still have a bit of work to do in terms of small business development. We have that to do because we know that investors are looking for structured entities, right, where they have the accounting of their businesses, the accounting, the corporate governance, and they have those types of mechanisms. But to take an opportunity in looking at some of these innovative small businesses and nurture them, because that opportunity allows for us then to show from a unique perspective what we have to offer, but then it incorporates the experiences that exist across this room in order for us to always be on that global platform.
All right, I'll take liberties for just a moment. Excellency, you had a question or comment? Can you, madam, do you mind standing so we can all hear you, please?
Thank you so much. I'm Roxanne Nielsen. I represent U.S. Commerce Minority Business Development Agency. The burning question I have, this has been a wonderful day. So this has been a wonderful day. I'm Roxanne Nielsen from Minority Business Development Agency, part of the U.S. Commerce. And so the burning question I have, it combines all of the things that you've discussed. I'm really bullish on the energy sector, which includes maritime, which includes small business. And we do a lot of work developing points of entry for our small businesses in renewable energy. And I learned, and I know today, that Bahamas has 30% renewable energy by 2030 as an initiative. And I want to know how we can work together to partner, to joint venture, and invest with our businesses here who may be of Bahamian descent, who are interested in partnering and joint venturing to help move the needle in offshore wind, in geothermal, in solar, and in battery energy storage. So that's my question, that's my challenge. For next year, I want to see.
Thank you so much. That is an excellent intervention that actually takes me to my last question that we're going to do a round robin. I want you guys to consider this. And that is, how can we create more effective partnerships for local businesses with agencies, the one that she just represented, James? She called you out. She mentioned maritime, right? Shipping. So how can we create more effective partnerships between Bahamian businesses and their foreign counterparts?
I think a lot of it is just getting the word out there that this exists. I think the Bahamas is, it is not as far away as it feels. And I say that specifically from a geographical standpoint. If we're starting to talk about shipping, as I will constantly bring everything back to, but offshore wind, for example, why not? Why can't the vessel's home port in Freeport, and there's some regulatory reasons actually why that could be very compelling. If you're going to do it in the United States, you need to build your vessel in the United States. You need to crew it with Americans. If you can use a foreign-built vessel, you can use foreign seafarers, international seafarers, competitive prices, and we can home port them in the Bahamas. And then all of a sudden, we have a burgeoning industry, which, to be honest, has been somehow offshore wind managed to get tied down from both political angles as not being good enough for various regulatory reasons. But I think there's ways that the Bahamas can position itself as being at the doorstep of America, but not being America.
Brian?
Right, so I think there's a number of mechanisms we can put in place to ensure that there's a flow of capital, and not only looking at foreign direct investment coming into the Bahamas, but also outbound capital as well, in terms of Bahamas residents and investors also looking to diversify their portfolios and holdings, right? When we look to attract capital to the Bahamas, to Samantha's point, you do need to have robust legal structures in place that are also flexible. And that's something that we really do have in the Bahamas. Bahamas has proven that, our investment funds regime is very, very robust, but at the same time flexible. You can have professional investment funds that are only open to, let's say, accredited investors, but at the same time, we have smart funds, a full regime of 7 templates that allow for very bespoke investment structuring, where they can be for private placement within small investment groups or much broader distribution. And there is, in fact, a new template on the table that has to do with facilitating digital assets in a much safer way that allows for dynamic involvement from investors in being involved in the investment decisions of the fund itself, right? And on the outbound side, we're looking, so we've seen the Central Bank of the Bahamas increasing its liberalization of allowing Bahamians to allocate capital internationally as well. So not only can we export value through FDI, but we can now also reciprocate with the capital flows, and ultimately that should bode well for capital dividends being returned to the Bahamas as well in due time.
All right, so Boss, I'll ask you the same question you and Sam, but I'll just reframe it a little differently. And the reframe is, how do we ensure that Bahamians get ownership and equity participation in these ventures as we attract more foreign capital in the country?
Right, so again, you can get participation obviously in 2 ways, by ensuring that when we sign these deals with the foreign direct investments, we don't just mandate a certain amount of jobs, but we mandate a certain amount of ownership participation. That's one way of that's on the economic side. We've tried our best to encourage participation on the employment side, but again, we just need to couple that aspiration with making sure that if we're going to mandate that and be bullish on that, we got to be very confident that we're asking them to hire people that are qualified and can take the more senior positions in these organizations, not the entry-level ones. We have no shortage of entry-level positions. We want more mid and senior level, but we need to prepare the citizens for that. And I'll close with the fact that we don't have it all figured out, and we don't claim to have it all figured out. But what we do have figured out is our willingness to know that we're not experts in every industry, and you have a country that knows that it has a lot to offer. So the onus is on the investor. Once you are comfortable and understand that when we mean the Bahamas is open for business, we mean we're open to your ideas that we may have no idea exists. We're open to your expertise and your lobbying for the implementation of certain legislations that can be the creation of certain industries. So we're open for business in its entirety. So come one, come all, bring your ideas, and we'll be very, very receptive. We have a very progressive government. As you can see, a couple of years ago, 10 to 15 years ago, we were a one-trick pony. Today we're dabbling in digital currencies and regenerative science, medicine, and we just passed all sorts of energy bill to facilitate this clean energy initiative. So, we're still only a small island nation, and we need you to help us help you. So jump on a plane. We have a couple of direct flights from New York, all over the East Coast, and if we don't have a direct flight, I'll talk to the director right here, and we'll have one by Christmas.
Sam, you have 30 seconds for your response.
I'll be super quick. I think on the other side of the employment and making sure that there are high-level senior management positions and opportunities, I think the other side is making sure from a policy-driven perspective that we incorporate entrepreneurship. And so where there's a percentage that small businesses, small, medium-sized businesses can capture some of these opportunities in the investment would be very helpful as well. I think the other part of it is that we are doing quite a bit of work within the renewable energy space. And then that goes back to the partnerships that are needed. So it's a pleasure to meet you, and I would love to have a conversation after the panel. But it lends to the fact that we can partner with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, we can partner with the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce, as we do, and we want to make sure that we are partnering across the region as well as globally, because it's really through those partnerships where you tend to gain, like Sabas would say, everybody wins.
Flowers. You know, I'm still trying to win. So listen, ladies and gentlemen, we brought this panel to a close. I want to thank you all once again. Our panelists, please give them a round of applause. And I want to thank you all for being an attentive audience this afternoon. Your thoughts have painted a rich picture of our challenges, but also identified a tremendous amount of opportunities ahead of us. As the Bahamas continues to position itself on the global stage, it's clear that collaboration, innovation, and strategy and strategic investments will be key to unlocking our full potential as a country. So thank you all once again. If you're interested in doing business in the Bahamas, you want to have a conversation, we're here to talk to you after we're done with the panel. So thank you all very much for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for panel 3. Let's give them another round of applause as they exit the stage for each of their wonderful contributions this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a full day of presentations, and I am sure all of you will agree with me that you can walk away today with invaluable insights and contributions from each of the presentations made here on the first day of the Bahamas Business and Investment Forum. Let us give all of our panelists a rousing round of applause. As we conclude today's proceedings, I would just like to remind each and every one of you that we are back here tomorrow for day 2 of the Business and Investment Forum, where we'll focus on the Bahamas' Blue and Orange Economies. We will have dynamic discussions, industry experts, professionals who will be here to delve into those specific topics. Included in that, we are going to hear from our very own Minister of Economic Affairs, the Honorable Michael Halkitis. We'll also hear from our very own Minister of Labor and the Public Service, the Honorable Pia Glover-Roll. We also have presenting tomorrow the Director in the Ministry of Investments, Aviation, and Tourism, that is, our Director General, Mrs. Latia Duncombe, who will also bring remarks tomorrow. It's going to be an interactive day with investment mixers and one-on-one time to dialogue between investors and Bahamian entrepreneurs and project leaders. And so we invite you back here for day 2. Again, we'll have a different atmosphere, more interactive, but we hope that it will conclude with a successful event as it was today. And so we look forward to seeing you here tomorrow. Also, I want to add that in your bags, I know you're all excited for day 2 tomorrow, but we're going to get there. Just give me one moment and then we'll conclude. I want to encourage each and every one of you. There's a Bahamas Economic Guide 2025, a very comprehensive document for all things investments as it relates to the Bahamas. I encourage you all to spend time to peruse this document. Come back with your questions tomorrow if there's anything interesting that sparks so that you can have a conversation with the relevant individuals that are present here today. So again, take time out to read the Bahamas Business, the Bahamas Economic Guide, 2025. And again, we invite you back for another dynamic session tomorrow. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a safe and an enjoyable afternoon. Thank you very much for your time and presence here today.